Yep. Man, it's such a non-whole number, non-nice number, a prime number. Lol. Literally probably like the last second. Okay. So, are they playing? Yeah. Your assignment was due at 11:59. Submitted 11:58. Lol. Five. Starting student screen, and we got 60 viewers in there already. Huge. Huge. Go, go. Down in on air. Good luck, y'all. We don't need luck. We need love. I'm gonna mess this name up. Shadow Flame. Shadow Flame Balance Patch. It's the same. Copy hosting. I'm excited to cast with y'all. This is gonna be a fun one. think there's a lot of excitement for this too, because I mean the balance patch was out literally 18 hours ago, so I think a lot of eyes are going to be on this to see if it's looking good, it's not. But, it's hard to say, like the last balance patch was like a month ago. I don't think they will be. Like if anything, they're going to be fixing patches, like fixing Pokemon like Phalanx or some of the other bugs that's going on, but kind of Papega, yeah. Surprise. Pants on. Business on top, baby. Okay, 2 minutes. I hate countdowns. They make me nervous. Thanks, Mom. Always counting down when I'm in trouble. Now just like have anxiety every time I see a freaking countdown. Oh, do we have what's our first set? Hold on. What? Bacon! Who's our game one? I don't know. I have a lot of info on these players, so if you ever need to lean into that, feel free to. Yeah. Or if you're hosting, if you're hosting, feel free to lean into me. Let's have a good cast. I didn't count us in.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Unite Battle Hub North American Qualifier. I am super excited to be here. My name is Cop, and joining me in the booth tonight are two wonderful, amazing people that I haven't gotten to cast with yet, and I'm excited to cast with them, Caleb and Draku. Gentlemen, how are we doing tonight? Yeah, I also have not gotten to play this new patch yet either, but I think the name is Absolute Fire, you know?
Oh my goodness.
That's what tonight is going to be, chat.
Get me out of this cast already.
Oh man, Draco, how you doing tonight?
I'm doing pretty good. I mean, we had such a huge participation in today's event. We have 19 teams to cast today. And not only that, these are some high caliber teams. We're going to be seeing the newly sponsored Fluffy Nemesis on the roster today. We also have Rework Respawn. We got some members that are going to Worlds from Enteku. We got a lot of members from the Indigo League over at the LG server. And I'm sure a lot of them know that I've been pushing them to participate in today's event. So super stoked to see the amount of participation today.
Absolutely, yeah. 19 teams tonight. We will be having 2 rounds, and then we will be going into a semi, into a final. Just so chat knows, the bans tonight will be any EX Pokemon as well as Failings. If you haven't heard on Twitter or anything yet, there is a bug with Failings, so we will be banning the adorable little 5-person poke tonight. But yes, I'm excited for this patch. I think not only is it going to be a high caliber of player quality and team quality, but there's a lot of new things that are potentially on the docket here for this tournament. What do we think people are going to be bringing to this tournament tonight, given the patch notes?
Yeah, I mean, right off the bat, too, Charizard buff looking pretty good, too, especially that Unite Move Size Slam now can be used against unstoppable targets and not be canceled, too. So definitely for the old school Charizard lovers, definitely a one to look for. But a very few other buffs and nerfs as well. I know some people that are Zoroark fans might not love the nerf for that one, but a lot of things are getting buffed as well throughout. So might be the last patch before Worlds. We're talking about this right before it went live, so a great way to kind of see a preview of a potential Worlds meta right here tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. You are going to see it here first, chat. Hopefully, Draco, anything that you're looking forward to, any new pokes that you're excited about to see based on this patch?
Well, of course, the name is the Shadow Flame balance patch, right? And so they're really trying to lean into these fire-type Pokemon. We saw, of course, the Battle Pass buffs that Charizard got. That might be a huge player, at least. Maybe teams are going to be trying this out for the tournament today. I know that Ceruledge was on Moratorium and didn't have the best release. And basically everything about this character has been elevated, except for that Unite move, which is still a very devastating tool. So I'm excited to see how players or teams decide to slot these characters in. I feel like Charizard has never really been a part of the metagame. Sometimes it's kind of used as a joke pick or an off-meta pick to counter speedsters, for example. And of course, Ceruledge just coming out of Moratorium, one of the newest characters. It's a character that we might be seeing a lot more of, especially for teams going to Worlds. So it's like just excited to see how teams incorporate these characters into their rosters.
Absolutely. Charizard being potential here is really great. I'm not a Charizard stan. I'm a Blastoise stan for sure. But you know what? I'm glad that it's getting its time in the spotlight. Ceruledge is a wonderful, wonderful Pokemon, and I think both kits are pretty useful. But with the patch adding more of that heal to its moves, especially that Bitter Blade, going to be pretty spicy. No one said Water Bear. That's okay. I'm super excited that Water Bear is back. It's a comeback. It's the reunion tour. But you know what? I don't fault you for it. Water Bear's a menace, so. But it looks like we have our first game coming up here. We have Brave Birders here, as well as Rockets for this round 1. And Caleb and Draco, you both will be commentating, casting this. So what do you expect to see from both these teams?
Yeah, I think Draco is more familiar with these players. So break it down for us, Draco. Who are you thinking is maybe even favored in this matchup, and which players to look out for?
It's hard to say who is going to be a favorite. Of course, I think Brave Birders is a more commonly known household name. They've been together, at least under the Brave Birders name, for quite some time. They participated in NAIC this year, and same thing with last year as well. I believe they made it to the group stage, but did not make it to the top 8 at NAIC. But they did make it to NAIC last year. And then Pocket Rockets, or Rockets, is a fairly new team. Lots of young players on this team, but they are part of the Indigo League, which is, again, that league going on in the Luminosity Unite server, and they are making a name for themselves. One thing that you're going to love about this team is that they do not play a single traditional support or defender with that colored background. Sometimes you will see a EXP share Machamp. This is one of the characters that they are most known for, an EXP share submission Machamp. So we might even seeing some odd Machamp bans during the banning phase. That is on purpose. So if we might see some fun things coming out of the Rockets today. So we definitely have a team that is trying to make a name for themselves, these Rockets, against a team that is very well known in the community.
That is absolutely fascinating. If Bravehearters has done their homework, then hopefully, yes, we will be seeing some of those strange bands. I can't wait to see this Machamp. This sounds super spicy.
Yeah, I mean, when you have supports doing that much damage too, you gotta kind of respect it as well. And if it works, then you can't hate on them for it. So I'm very excited to see that too. Love to see people test out different comps and just reshape the meta, right? Because obviously a lot of teams rely on more meta team builds until someone introduces a new potential meta to the situation. So sounds like a good first round matchup for us. And I can't remember if you mentioned this already, Cop, but single elimination tournament. So everything on the line, every match. So not a lot of room for error for these teams, but makes every match really exciting for everyone.
Yeah, absolutely. Single elimination, best of 3 chat for sure. And yeah, once again, $500 prize pool on the line here. And we will be moving to this first round game pretty soon. But yeah, I think the wonderful thing about Pokemon Unite, right, is that this meta is constantly breathing. It's constantly ever changing, right? That's what keeps me playing this game, is that every time I sit down, it's something new. And if I'm not adapted to that meta and to that environment, then I'm not going to have a great time, right? So, yeah. Absolutely. Chad, I hope you're having a wonderful time here. I hope you're staying cool as well out there. I know it's really hot where I am. It's pretty hot all around the country. But thank you all for being here tonight. All 74 of you, which is an absolutely insane number for this North American qualifier. Yeah, huge. So Chad, thank you to all of you out there. So what else do we think is going to... Who do we think we're not going to see tonight? Based on the balance patches, based on the nerfs, right? We haven't really talked about the nerfs yet. We've only been talking about the buffs. Who do we think we're not going to see that is typical traditional meta?
Well, I know Sylveon got nerfed kind of on two folds, right? Hyper Voice and Mystical Fire, and most of the evolutions have quite a bit of play, especially in draft mode and tournament mode. So potentially could see a little bit drop off in Sylveon usage. Always generally kind of a reliable bot lane attacker in some ways, but maybe see a little bit less of that and maybe move towards more traditional junglers rather than kind of a little split jungle approach with 2 evolutions.
Yeah, right now, in my opinion, the attacker role is not in the best position. There aren't many attackers right now that I can say is like a confident first or second pick in draft. We were talking about Sylveon. We also have to mention Cramorant as well, who's recently got a damage reduction to its Unite move. And these 2 characters are really the 2 attackers that are in the most consistently picked first and second pick in that attacker role. And because these 2 characters are being nerfed, it might see some usage in some other characters, but it's hard to say. Chandelure got some buffs to a couple of its abilities, its cooldown on Imprison, and the cooldown of missing Flamethrower. It's kind of a weird buff, and it's increase to its usage of the Unite move. But Chandelure is one of those characters that is somewhat volatile, right? It doesn't have a lot of mobility, and it gets countered by a lot of things. Speedsters and other attackers in the metagame, for example, like Venusaur, who can outrange it, maybe Mew. So right now, the attacker category is somewhat in flux, in my opinion. We'll see how it goes here, but I still expect to see a lot of Sylveon, Cramorant first picks because, again, these are the 2 characters that are the most consistent of the attacker role.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. It has felt like an all-rounder defender meta for the past at least season or 2, right? With Sylveon, like I said, being just a solid kit in either direction you go. Even moving into a support Sylveon, which we've seen a few times before in different tournament spaces, it's a valid way to do it. Chandelure, yeah, Glass Cannon, absolutely. But the buffs that it got recently, I think, are going to be pretty spicy. I am, an Inteleon stan, unfortunately, and I feel like he's
unfortunately, I do love me some Inteleon too.
I love Inteleon too, but like Dracu, I know. Yeah, well, Dracu over here is a Rowlet stan, so we can have a sniper battle later on after this.
Yeah, that's true.
They're both really powerful characters. I'm sad to see that there's not a whole lot of Decidueye representation out there. I do play quite a bit of the Owl myself, but it's definitely been superseded by Inteleon over the last year, most likely because of its Unite move and just the sheer amount of damage it can output in a very short period of time. And if you're able to hit those snipe shots, they could be quite devastating in swaying team fights in your direction.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd say the other thing for me is also Delphox got some recent buffs too, and if you can get that blue buff consistent, the cooldown there, along with the CC on that fire spin, with the Unite, which can happen almost every minute at this point, is a very, very strong ranged attacker for sure in this meta.
Yeah, one of the interesting things about Delphox is that it can definitely be the more attack carry role if you put it in the central area with Mystical Fire and Flame Charge. It could be the Schmoovement Delphox, as you might say. But the buffs that it recently got, I believe it was to cooldowns to its Fire Spin, really leans more to its supportive set. So you don't have to play that in the central area because your job is not necessarily to do a whole lot of damage. It's to prevent the enemy team from doing what they want to do, right? Providing that hindrance, and it's also a fairly easy ability to land because you just lay it out there. It very much like Thunder from Rhydon, it kind of moves underneath the opponent, and then of course if they get to the center of that tornado or that whirlpool of fire, they get spun out of control, right? So it can be definitely more of a supportive build, but can also be a attack carry build as well.
All right, here we go. We got Brave Birders on the left-hand side, Rockets on the right-hand side. And it's flipped, right? Yeah. I was going to say, I was like, I feel like Falsoon was, I remember Falsoon being on Rockets, but we'll correct that later on too. But we see Cerulege and Umbreon being the bans on both sides. A little slow on the oh yeah, sorry, they're picking their second bans now. So Urshifu going to get banned, and then Sabwai a ban on the side of Brave Birders. But interesting how we're going to have as first picks here. Cramorants, they don't care about the nerfs. They're still going to lock it in. I mean, Cramorants has a lot of utility and damage even outside of his Unite difference there too. So could be good. And it looks like we have a Slowbro and potentially a Leafeon second and third pick. Oh no. Last minute switch to Mimikyu.
Yeah, Mimikyu and Slowbro is a very strong first, second pick option. Again, that Unite move can really just lock down a Cramorant that goes into their Unite moves. It's a very clear counter-picking option right there, right? Blaziken and Charizard. What an aggressive first three picks here. So we're already seeing two fire starters joining the fray here. Charizard, let's see what Rockets can do with this one.
Yeah, Shadow Flame indeed for this patch for sure. Met by the Hoopa, and the Leafeon is going to be picked up on this time around too. And we get the Machamp. Here we go. Maybe EXP share Machamp is going to be looking pretty good there too. I love the little insight you had before we even saw this happen up. And then we got potentially a Mr. Mime being locked in as that final pick, and there it is for our team. Definitely not the most conventional team, but definitely a cool one. And then we lock another fire type, Delphox, as that final pick. It's going to be interesting to see how it goes. I mean, I haven't really seen an EXP share. I should rephrase that. I've seen EXP share Machamp, but they usually don't know what they're doing. That's why they have the EXP share. But
everything about this Machamp is intended to run the enemy team down. Just look at all the held items you have, right? You have the EXP share. It gives you a little bit more HP, right? Of course, you get that passive HP recovery if you are the lowest team member on the field with that EXP share. But you have Float Stone, you have Charging Charm, you have an XP. So expect frame one. As soon as the game starts, Pooty on their Machamp is going to run directly to the right side of the map.
Yeah, it's that Machamp is going to be in their faces for sure. It's going to really be that Slowbro trying to zone them off and see what they can do. But I'm looking forward to this. I'm looking forward to the Spice as well on the side of Rockets. And hey, I know one of their team members' name is Cranberry. That's just the name of one of my cats too. So I personally have a little favorite already here going into this first set of matches.
Yeah, one of the interesting things about Submission Machamp is that when they're in that submission animation, they are 100% unstoppable throughout the extent of the abilities. So you see a Fire Spin on the other team, it doesn't matter. It will run directly through it. You see a Slowbro surfing, it'll run right through it. Phantom Force from Hoopa will run right through it. The only thing that can, of course, stop it is any other abilities that have higher priority. So you can have like Slow Beam or the Mimikyu Unite move. But of course, this is the EXP share variant of Machamp. So you probably don't want to use those resources on this character. As you can see that on the top left corner of the screen, that mini map, you see this Machop running directly over to that blue buff.
Yeah, he is already starting to be a nuisance. Pooty is going to steal the blue buff right off the bat too. Maybe going for a double as well. Let's see if he can get the red buff as well. You can see Eevee starting to stop it and does not secure it. Pooty going to try to get out there too. Oh, even going to grab the berries, but no. It is going to be a Leafeon going to evolve off of Pooty's Machop, but already being kind of a nuisance right off the back. Meanwhile, we have the Torchic in that bottom lane trying to gobble up the farm themselves here in this 1v2 for now. You can see Machop is going to be helping out this invade from Hoopa on the side from Bravers. Rhydon actually securing the red buff already from this Cramorant, but Booty is going to try to be the more annoying support here and see what happens. Looks like Hoopa is going to return back and does not secure the blue buff. We got Tank here coming on Leafeon, trying to add in some support. Do they take out the Machop? And yes, goes down yet again. So a lot of knockouts going in favor of Brave so far, but we have a Charmeleon involved up, and they're going to continue to try to score some points here on this Mimikyu.
Yeah, I mean, one of the interesting things about an EXP share Machamp, or anything that is the kind of type of character that they're putting a Machamp to be, right? This kind of harasser type character, right? Honestly, all it does, it causes a disturbance on wherever it is, right? It forces the enemy team to respect wherever this Machop is. They have to allocate resources. So instead of the Leafeon being in the top path, they were in the central area trying to support their Hoopa. Hoopa is unable to get through that Hoopa hyperspace hole. Nice confusion, and it looks like they should be able to lock this one out as well. Yeah,
both teams responding really well to invades as well, trying to ensure that they keep that farm up for their respective junglers. Sometimes buffs are going to be taken, but it looks as Combusken going to brawl out against this Delphox. Delphox is going to have to pull away a little bit here, and this Combusken is not even fully evolved yet too, but putting in a lot of work. Dude, they take out, and takes out the Delphox as well, which is massive. Submission Machamp comes through as well. They're going to try to take down the Hoopa. Rhydon's going to get out of there, but positioning is looking pretty good for Rocket as they approach this 7:30 mark.
Yeah, this Charizard's still not online just yet. I don't know if it's a stacking Charizard, but I do want to try to get to that level 7 as quickly as possible. I did see it as we trailed away there. That is a Fire Punch Charizard, by the way. So they're using that newly buffed ability of Fire Punch, and most likely once they hit that level 7, they'll have access to Flame Charge. Both of those abilities getting buffed in the most recent Shadow Flames balance patch, right? So you see right there, you see that Flare Blitz, not Flare Blitz, but Flame Charge coming out there. We will see how well this ability set is run. Normally, the more conservative set is Flamethrower, Fire Blast, but we'll see how well they're able to maneuver it here.
Yeah, definitely a less conventional moveset, but hey, might as well test out the buffs and see how it goes. I mean, if any team's going to do it, it's going to be Rockets as well. You can see that they're focusing mostly on this Regieleki on this top side too. Pooty just being a nuisance as this Machoke so far. Going to try to score some more points, but not enough points to break this tier 1 goal zone at the moment. You can see Rhydon trying to fend off some of these scores. And here we got some backup from the Delphox, from the Leafeon. Mimikyu's hovering around as well, but looks like, stolen from the Delphox as well. Huge secure too. So all that work for nothing for the side of Rockets. Now they're on the defense. 2 knockouts already for Natsur's Delphox, and they're going for more as well. Mimikyu just diving on top of the Machoke, actually still not even fully evolved yet. And you see the pursuit going to continue on. Tang pushing in as well. Machoke goes down yet again to Delphox. 3 knockouts so far for Delphox already too, but the reinforcement coming from Rockets.
Huge KO streak of 2 going over to the Blaziken. Currently, that is one of your level leaders of the game. And Blaziken, of course, like the other fire-type Pokemon in the most recent balance patch. It wasn't this balance patch, but the one right before it. It is one of the strongest characters in the game right now. Don't know if they're going to be able to get away here, as it looks like Colin Tang is able to lock that one down. Slow Beam on the Charizard is going to lock that one away as well. KO streak of 2 for Colin Tang. Cramorant able to get a KO on the Mimikyu going over to the left side. But we're heading to the halfway point of the game, Caleb. 208 to 8 points. This is all in the way of Brave Birds right now.
Yeah, I want to see that buffed up Charizard unite, but that clutch slow beam just stopping Charizard in his tracks too. Only level 9 so far, so a little bit behind some of the carries on the side of Brave Birders, but not too far behind. Points are looking quite good for Brave Birders so far, though. 200-point advantage right now. You can see Rockets trying to force a fight here on the bottom side, but Hoopa Unite does come out. Reinforcements are raining through. Delphox does go down early, though. Mimikyu is going to take down Machamp. Who's going to secure? It's going to be the Blaziken. Rockets do get objective in their favor, but can they turn it into something here? Mimikyu's kind of going hard over everyone as well, and does take down the Blaziken. The recess from Hoopa is huge here, and you see Tang on this Leafeon just assassinating the opposing team. Machamp goes in as well, takes down Tang, but is going to be taken out shortly by the Hoopa as well. A lot of intense fighting back and forth there. Objective does go to Rockets, but the level advantage is still fairly even on both sides, with Tang being that only level 12 Pokemon so far.
Yeah, you might not have the damage of having, a non-EXP share Unite move from the Machamp, but it is still quite a devastating Unite move Barrage Blow is, right? It does so much damage. It's almost like a slow beam in that you are locked in place if you're in those 1,000 punches that are coming out. So always got to be careful whenever there is a Machamp lurking around the field. And with this particular ability, you really never know where it's going to be next. As another objective going over to the side of Brave Birders. Most of these objectives, again, going over to their side. Their levels are, of course, ahead by just a slim margin, that Leafeon being the highest level on the field. But this is going to bring the score a little closer to parallel now, 228 to 80. Lucky finds its way to the tier 2, but it looks like no one on the side of Brave Birders is going to be able to score there.
Yeah, free 31 points there for Natsurs. Delphox and Brave Birders are going to maintain their point advantage by quite a bit here. Looks like Mr. Mime going in. It's showtime here, and they are going to try to score some final points. Delphox does go down. Only 2 points being scored so far from the Mr. Mime there, but last chance Unite move just going to be spending it before that final objective comes up. You can see Tang trying to find something there, but Falsoon's Mr. Mime is going to hold them off right then and there. Booty scoring an additional 10 points. Does Booty make it out of here, though? It's a real question. Machamp's speed now. They're trying to recall, but not actually going to be able to do it. Saved by the Clay Dolls, actually what bamboozled Booty's recall there, and looks like Natsurs Delphos is going to secure the knockout on Machamp. Machamp will be back up before this objective. Only level 11 right now on the Machamp, but running EXP share as well, so not a huge deal, especially mainly playing more of that support Machamp role here. Final levels are coming through. Cramorant, level 14, only level 14 Pokemon so far on the map. Tang is going to get that Leafeon to level 14 as well right beforehand. Most of the team positioned in this bottom position. We can see Tang holding off against any potential backcast. Maybe trying to get a little bit more farm, trying to get that final Unite move back up for this fight.
Yeah, level 14 on the Cramorant is quite devastating. We'll see how well this nerfed Unite move is going to be able to function in this next team fight, but it's still such an impactful Unite move if positioned correctly. It looks like there's a 50-point goal, or I guess a 100-point goal going in from Colin Zhang in the top side here. Don't know if there's a huge engagement in the central area. There is a Unite move coming out of Mr. Mime. Showtime here. A couple of characters going to reset through the Hoopa portal. I don't know if they're going to be going back through. They do. Slowbro still holding on strong. They do have that Unite move. Unbound Hoopa still available as well. Charizard going in to the Seismic Slam, but once again being slowed down by the Slow Beam. Still always a very reliable Unite move. And 3 characters down on the side of Brave Birders. One of them coming back to the fray. Should be going through the Hoopa hyperspace hole, and it looks like Rockets now have their eyes set on Rayquaza, but there might be a reset in this fight, Caleb.
And they need this Rayquaza so bad. They're down over 200 points at this point in time, too. You can see Rockets trying to stay grouped together, but Brave Bird just constantly funneling in and defending this objective as best as they can. Even though they're getting taken out here, they're still slowing down Rockets and chunking their health. Here it goes. It's going to be the final fight here. You see Cranberry trying to burn down this Rayquaza. Can they secure it? Is it going to go to Rockets? And it looks like, yes, it does. Blaziken's going to secure on the last second. They got 30 seconds to score some points here. Mr. Mime's already gone down. Machamp has very little health. So does Blaziken. Can they get these scores off and maintain their Rayquaza shields? You can see Cranberry trying to evade the Slowbro here. And meanwhile, Edley not able to score any of these points on that top side. Who still has Rayquaza shields? The real question here, because they need some points, and it looks like they're just not going to be able to get it. Defense on Brave Bird is looking too strong here.
Yeah, unfortunately, not all the time. When there's a Ray, there is a way. as our friend from the OCE Kello loves to say, as the Blaziken able to pull that one away. Again, one of the best securing Pokemon in the game. Actually, I did not see which ability was used to secure the Rayquaza, but didn't even matter. They have secured a huge win here in game number 1, again in a best of 3 single elimination set. Now Rockets with their backs against the wall. A huge score again by Colin Tang on that tier 2 goal zone. It's really orchestrated whenever you have a Hoopa on your side of the field. Of course, they didn't use that Hoopa portal to get back into the central area, but everything went in the way of Rockets, right? They had a couple of the KOs, but unfortunately, they just could not secure the Rayquaza in time to get those scores in the opportune moments.
Yeah, Bravebirders were up so far ahead. Tang didn't even need that 100 to secure that win over them, but able to, kind of put the final nail in the coffin in that matchup point-wise. And I gotta say, Kaizo was just had incredible slow beams and just really hindering the team of Rockets, because I feel like Bravebirders were pretty split into that final fight, pretty much outnumbered at times too, because they're kind of funneling in one at a time, or even going through those hyperspace hole resets. But Kaizo just kind of, preventing a lot of Rockets to just kind of team wipe them, and just building time for Bravebirders to come back, respawn, and just take the fight time and time again. And it paid off for sure in that first game for Bravebirders.
Yeah, I feel like Bravebirders, they had a game plan in mind. It was not let this Charizard play the game, right? In every instance, we saw the Charizard either being KO'd, it was either being slow beamed, it was not being able to use its most impactful tool. It was almost like the Slowbro was waiting for this Charizard to go into that Unite move to counter that Unite move with its own, right? That slow beam, even though it did it's still considered a bound ability, right? Charizard can actually unite a Slowbro in slow beam, but if it does get countered, well, it doesn't even matter.
Yeah, I feel like that was Kaizo's main purpose this whole game is, you know what? I'm saving this slow beam for the Charizard whenever it is being used as well. And here we see that final fight going down. I mean, it looks so good for Rockets, right? They're so grouped up. They have all 5 members up. You can see 2 members already down for Bravebirders, but they're just going to try to hold it down here. And here's that incredible slow beam as well, stopping the Charizard. That was huge, because the hyperspace hole was just coming up for that reset for the Koopa and someone else as well. Maybe it was a Mimikyu, and just allowing them to come back into that fight and just, prevent an easy secure on this Rayquaza. Rayquaza goes over to Rockets, but it's a little too late. They're too chunked at this point in time. Bravebirders are all up and healthy. And, those are the best kind of wins, right? Like, even when you lose that final Rayquaza objective, but you're still able to win because you're so far ahead in points, or you just leveled enough that you could put on a defense. So, you're like, hey, you could do whatever you want here, but we're going to take the win here no matter what.
Yeah, I feel like going into game number 2 and really just highlighting the strength of this character throughout the entire lifetime of Pokemon Unite, Slowbro. It is such a powerful defender. It's always been kind of teetering around the top 2, top 3, maybe even sometimes top 4 in a hugely saturated defender meta, but it most recently got a couple of buffs because maybe there was a certain legendary hollow that was released in the last month or 2, and it is still such a powerful tool at locking down enemy carries, right? And so maybe a strategy for Rockets here going into game number 2 is just taking out that Slowbro. I feel like that was just really the wrench in their machine that continuously stopped their strategy. I feel like the Machamp, it wasn't as impactful as I've seen it in other games, but kind of like Sableye, right? One of the game plan for Sableye, or game plan against Sableye, is sometimes even just ignore it, right? Try to get your advantages in other places on the map, and I feel like Bravebirders did that exactly well, right? They were already ahead going into the final stretch. They expanded their lead, Colin Tang scoring that 100 on that tier 2 goal zone, and that forced Rockets into a position where they needed to take Rayquaza, right? And so even if they did lose the Rayquaza, they still have a lot of utility to take out the enemy team.
Definitely. I mean, yeah, like you said, Slowbro just being that disruptor against teams is so important there too. It's kind of a, obviously it takes definitely skill to run it as well, but against a good Slowbro, it feels like you just can't get anything going, and it just has a lot of that isolation power as well with that slow beam. So could be worth a ban, but like with more and more Pokemon introduced to Pokemon Unite, I feel like there's just more things you want to target ban. So something's going to slip through the cracks, and we saw the Umbreon, the Urshifu bans from that first side from Rockets, and then we saw Cerulege and Sable be banned on Brave Bird. So let's see if it's going to pan out again differently here. What were your thoughts on Charizard too? Because it did get buffed, but I feel like, I mean, maybe playing into a Slowbro team is not ideal, but I didn't really get a strong sense of a huge buff in that specific game one.
It's hard to say. Fire Punch, Flare Blitz, even before the patch, Charizard was very rarely used, and then that specific ability set, that pairing, was used even more infrequently, right? So it's really hard to say if it really did make an impact. So we'll see how well teams are able to adapt with it. One of the interesting things about Fire Punch Flare Blitz is it's really good into speedsters, right? Flare Blitz is able to lock down on speedsters because it is a point and click tracking ability. So if you're able to lock down onto something like that, maybe you use your Flare Blitz into Unite move and then KO a speedster immediately, right? But of course we weren't able to see that utility because it was slow beam so frequently.
Yeah, definitely. And we see the same bans pretty much, except for the Urshifu. It's going to be a Mimikyu ban from the side of Rockets going into this next game. We see the Mr. Mime and the support Machamp yet again. We see the Cramorant actually. So the same, I think Mr. Mime was picked a little bit later in that first draft, but same three Pokemon so far here. We got Blaziken and Slowbro so far. Leafeon coming back as well. And I think Blaziken probably going to replace that Mimikyu pick for the side of Brave Birders, and they pick up the Hoopa yet again. So a lot of the same picks here. Let's see if they lock in. I don't know if we see the Charizard again, but we'll see.
Yeah, the Mr. Mime, I believe, was their 4 or 5 pick, with that second pick for Rockets being the Blaziken that Brave Birders picked up themselves. And this is looking like a very scary comp on the side of Brave Birders, right? Respectively, each of these characters can arguably be the best in their category, even right now, right? Leafeon got some nerfs to its chlorophyll passive ability, got some damage reduction nerfs to Solar Blade, but it's still a very proficient speedster if the pilot is able to maneuver Razor Leaf on this character, right? And we also got that Delphox, again, another very consistent attacker in that more supportive type role. But I mean, looking at this roster right here, we might see a very similar early game. Colin Tang going to take that Xatu at the 945, take the red buff, head to anywhere on the map, go into that wandering phase with the Delphox taking the blue buff, and then heading down to the bottom path. But once again, Rockets pulling out a very unconventional composition here. They are lacking some bulk in the defender category, like I was saying before, but hopefully this Garchomp and the Serena, which have a lot of natural bulk themselves, can withstand the onslaught of a Slowbro and a Blaziken on the other side.
Yeah, it's going to be super interesting too, right? We don't see Serena a ton these days, but nor Garchomp at times. But I like the idea behind it because now you got a Garchomp, you got a Serena in your face, you got Machamp still running around as well, and so you kind of force the Slowbro into a weird decision, right? Which do you even slow beam at this point in time? Because you don't really want a Garchomp just stomping all over your team as well, nor the Serena, but you kind of have to make a choice here, and so kind of forcing their hand rather than last game where they just slow beam the Charizard in most situations, mitigating a lot of their damage. Now they have decided who they're going to focus on in these fights, but it looks like it's going to be Cramorant yet again in the jungle. Machop going on this top side too, maybe going for that invade as well, and going to be making their way over to that red buff. Going to be facing off against Rhydon as well. I think maybe Rhydon expecting this gang from the top side here, so cutting off Pooty's Machop early on. You see Tang trying to secure this red buff as soon as possible. Not going to be as useful helping out as an Eevee, so try and get evolved up. Pooty grabbing up these berries, being a nuisance for sure, and just buying a little bit of space. I think going to go down to the Leafeon right here, but bought a lot of time for the team, especially on that top side. You saw the Torchic helping out as well. But speaking of top side, Tang is back up and reinforcing this Torchic with that Hoopa, and they're going to try to push their advantage there. We got Steenie evolved here for this first set of birds here, and going to maybe secure. No, I don't think they secured that. It actually was the Delphox there.
Yeah, a little tough in this bottom path. These first two evolutions for Serena aren't the best at last hitting abilities. 4 team members here for Rockets. Don't know where a lot of that experience went to, but we definitely do see Cranberry on their Garchomp evolve from the Gibble to a Gabite at level 5. So it looks like both teams are going to retreat back to their respective sides, except for Pooty, of course, as we've seen time and time again, heading over to the jungle. This time, the invade for Pooty not as successful as maybe game number 1, right? They were able to take at least one blue buff away. You're going to score a small score here, get some invincibility frames, most likely going to be going down. However, Mr. Mime going to watch as their friend might be clowning around just a little bit. And this Steenie right now is going to struggle against these two pairings. As soon as I say that, little commentators curse as the jungle for Rockets heading down to the bottom path, getting a KO on that Breakson before heading to the central area.
Yeah, it's just trying to get that Serena evolution up as soon as possible. Once you're fully evolved, that Serena is a 1v1 menace in a lot of respects here. We see Pooty just trying to be a nuisance as well. I think Pooty's eating all 4 berries on the top side from the side of Brave Birder. So doing a little something, right? Maybe not grabbing the buffs or at least grabbing some berries. Ooh, and we see a Dragon Rush pulling the Combuskin out of that hyperspace hole reset. Really nice play from Cranberry right there and getting 30 points, maybe 60 points. No, the Hoopa hyperspace hole is going to stop the Cranberry from scoring another 30, but here they're going in for the engagement. They take out Tang, a huge pick off, especially being that level 6 on the side of Brave Birder is going to grant a lot of experience right here. And you can see Serena is evolved there too and starting doing some of the Serena things. Dragon Rush forward actually towards Brave Birder's side instead of pulling it backwards. Serena and both the Pooty are quite low on their respective Pokemon. Meanwhile, we see a skirmish on the top side here too. It's going to be Blaziken just running through the side of Rockets. I don't think they're going to be able to get out of this one, especially with the Machoke chasing them down. Can you get out? No. Looks like Kramer is going to secure that Blaziken.
Yeah, huge there by Pooty for coming in for the support. Gabite's already level 8. They're able to secure this away from the Hoopa. This should be the level 9 to be a Garchomp. Needs just a little bit more EXP. I think they split that among the team right there in the top half. But with that KO on the Hoopa, just enough experience to get the evolution to become a Garchomp. Once again, using that Dragon combo, pulling the Blaziken off of that exposed tier 1 goal zone. And this is a very different game than game number 1. Around this time, then game number 1, we saw Brave Birders up by 100, maybe even 200 points, but Rockets have found themselves ahead in game number 2.
Definitely. I mean, securing that first Reggie Lucky is going to be a huge difference maker compared to that first game. And we see here Cranberry trying to go and live it outrage. They do take out Tang on that Leafeon, and that's going to be a big pickup here too. Very bold jump over from Rhydon to jump right into a Serena. Meanwhile, we get 27 points here from the Blaziken. Cranberry going to love this 1v1, especially grabbing up some of these berries. Meanwhile, a fight breaking down bottom side, but already another 23 points from the Machoke as well. Additional points from the Mime. But Tang is here for the reinforcement. Hyperspace Hole is going to reset. Oh, is Tang called out here? And Tang goes down yet again to Serena. Tang going out quite a few times this time around, but reinforcements have continued to pile in for Brave Birders. They're going to push the agenda a bit, but yeah, this is looking like quite a different game. Just under 100-point advantage, but here comes another 40 points from Cranberry on the top side.
Yeah, Falstone is also doing a splendid job with the placements of these light screen barriers, followed up by a confusion, right? Remember, everybody watching in the audience, this is a supporting class character. The amount of damage that comes out of Mr. Mime can sometimes be incredibly surprising, especially if you're able to find a speedster between the Mr. Mime and that light screen who eats that confusion. Again, you get more damage if that character that gets hit by the confusion hits a wall behind them. That includes the light screen that is put up by the Mime themselves. All right, Serena going in deep, does find the back line, puts down that field, slowing down the Delphox, unfortunately unable to get away here. Hoopa does go into that unbound state. I don't know if the team wants to come down here, though. That might be a death trap. The Slowbro does go through the Hoopa portal and does get KO'd immediately. Brave Birders unfortunately gonna lose a couple characters there, but they are going to be able to take this Regieleki. Don't know how much value they're going to get from it, but Pooty might have something to say about it. Here comes the submission. I don't know if they do not have Unite move available to them. Unfortunately, goes over to the side of Brave Birders as Overheat once again being a very consistent tool to secure objectives.
Yeah, they definitely need that Regieleki there too to try to catch up on some points and also just to deny the Regieleki for the side of Rockets. I don't think they're going to try to push this in by any means too at the 4-minute mark, but meanwhile, trying to maybe pick off some of these Pokemon here. Serena does go down to, they are trying to even up some of these levels as well on the side of Brave Birds. They need to do something there because you don't want to be outlawed by a Serena and a Garchomp here. Meanwhile, Garchomp stunned up, could not get out of it, and goes down to Tang's Leafeon. Pootie's Machamp goes down as well. Falsoon trying to do what they can, but no, goes down to the Delphox as well. Things are completely shifting over to Brave Birders in the last minute of this game so far. And here we see Zella trying to take out Brave Birders, Hoopa and Slowbro, but they are going to be reset back into hyperspace. So, oh, looks like the Hoopa comes back in. I'm not sure why. Pretty bold move here, especially with a Machamp and a Serena chasing you. Oh, somehow gets out of there from the submission. That is absolutely wild. It goes back in yet again. Right on, just trying to be a nuisance. Hey, this 1 point is worth it after doing that.
Gets that 1 point, and you get 10% back on that Unite move. You can see there on the right side, that yellow dot above the Hoopa's name means it has that Unite move once again. And maybe right on trying to take a page out of Pootie, just trying to be a nuisance, but unfortunately did not pan out so well for them. There's going to be a set of Reggies on either side with about a 5-second differential for that Regieleki, with about a 10-second differential on that southern Reggie spawn. But right now, I think both teams are going to offer positioning on the central area, but Colin Tang got to be really careful as they see Rockets coming in to corral Colin Tang back into their Pokeball. Unite move coming out of the Leafeon. They are definitely not going to have that going into the final stretch and well into the final stretch as well. And that's a pretty devastating Unite move to lose, considering you have a Blaziken who does not have a formal Unite move.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And also, I mean, Tang is a little behind on this respawn timer as well, being at a higher level than that Machamp. So Pootie coming back in, already in position to join the fight. Tang trying to do what they can to join from here. And you can see Tang just farming up some of these Indeedee, trying to get that Unite move. But meanwhile, there's a fight going on, and Delphox is going to go down to the Serena. Queen Ascendant already being used, but this Serena has a lot more to offer than just that Unite move. Trying to stomp away here. Blaziken is going to knock out that Serena, and we see Rhydon uniting in here, and you see Tang joining in for the top side, but meanwhile the team is trying to hold on as long as they can. Falsoon and Mr. Mime goes down. It's just Pootie and the Machamp. I don't even know how this flipped around. It was a 4v5. Tang wasn't even there, but Tang is here back with that Unite move. And the last time that Unite move was being used, it took out that Machamp. Let's see if they can do it again. Pacifier works comes through, and it looks like it is going to go over the side of Tang and that Leafeon Brave Bird to secure a magnificent fight in this final minute here. And we see 100 points coming through on that bottom side. More points raining in, and this looks a little tough for Rockets to come back from. But they still have just under about 45 seconds left to make a final push here. They gotta do what they can. They are loaded with points, so they could potentially make this close, especially if they take out some of the Pokemon on the side of Brave Birders. Overheat coming through, almost taking out that Cramorant with one shot here. But points are going to come through. You had to break this tier 2 gold zone, and it is looking hard to do here. Tang is back with that Leafeon, and you can see Serena trying to stomp their way to a victory, but it is a little bit too late here. A team wipe in the final miss. Quadra knockout for Tang and that Leafeon. And yeah, what a performance from Brave Birders. I thought they were out of it after Tang wasn't even in that fight for the entire fight, pretty much for the Rayquaza fight.
Yeah, it was a tough decision to make, right? They got a couple of very important KOs. They already knew that the Leafeon was not going to be as valuable to Brave Birders in that final fight because it did not have access to the Unite move. So the Serena used their Unite move on the Delphox, got that KO, and they were in a very interesting position, right? They knew Blaziken was still on the field. They had Garchomp, who has very strong rip potential. I feel like Cranberry did start the rip on the Rayquaza, but the rest of the team, of course, you have to respect Blaziken, right? Blaziken, one of the best securing tools in the game with that overheat. They have to either KO this character or try to rely on some other means of confirming it away from this character. And if you look at Pocket Rocket's team composition, they don't really have the best securing tools in the game. right? So they either had to take it, rely on their secures, which they didn't really have, or KO the Blaziken. And I feel like the team were split up on those two decisions.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, yeah, just the team fight potential from Brave Birders is super impressive. I mean, they pretty much didn't even have Tang for that entire fight. By the time Tang joined, it was just Pooty left, right? And they were able to take out everyone else on the side of Rockets without their main damaging carry on Tang and that Leafeon. So really well performed from Brave Birders. Probably the last we're going to see of a support Machamp in today's tournament, but definitely look out if you ever see Rockets in a future tournament, because that's some spice that is fun to watch.
Yeah, especially in this game number 2, I felt like they had the pacing on their side for most of the game, right? They were in pretty advantageous position to take the Rayquaza in the final stretch, but it was just very difficult for them to out-secure a Blaziken, and that indecisiveness in the macro decisions as a team definitely led to their downfall in game number 2.
Definitely. Well, anyway, fantastic performance from both teams, but Brave Birders is going to come out on top with a 2-0 victory, and they'll be moving on towards our next round in this Elite Tour qualifier, North America, number 2 in July. But we're going to take a quick break before I have more action. Stay tuned, but we'll be right back.
I thought I was going crazy. I was like, no way.
Yeah, I was like
No way.
rethinking on the game, so I was like, because I did notice the size in and swap. But...
So we have Ducky and Gogo, right? That's our next game.
All right.
Okay, thank you.
That's good. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you all so much for your patience and welcome back to the Unite Battle Hub Elite Tour North American Qualifier number 2. If you're just joining us, my name is Drake Usan. On the mics with me today, we got Cop and Caleb, where we all just saw quite an electric set between the Rockets and Brave Birders, where Brave Birders saw themselves win a 2-0 victory to move on in this tournament. I feel like we've learned a couple of things in that last set. Number one, EXP share Machamp can sometimes work. Very exciting to see. Second thing, Slowbro, still one of the best defenders in the game. Cop, you were sitting in the back room watching this game unfold. Were there anything that really stood out to you in that last set?
Honestly, that support Machamp with that XP share was fascinating to see. And I think that, like, Rockets made some very, very bold choices, especially in that second game with that triple all-rounder selection with the Mime support and the Cram. We were talking in the green room about how, like, this could be a huge win or this could be absolutely devastating because the investment to get to that late game versus fighting hard at that early mid versus, like, you have a Leafeon who can dive there. You have, like, and if you have the Hoopa who can keep those tier 1 goals up and create that momentum and that movement, it's gonna be really hard for them to have gained the levels. But you know what? I think that they did a great job.
And before we start talking about this next set, Caleb, we saw a lot of fire-type Pokemon really come to prominence this last Battle Pass. Of course, we know that Blaziken is up there, Charizard is up there, Delphox, Chandelure are starting to get up there. One fire-type Pokemon that I know you love to play, unfortunately has not seen a whole lot of play, Cinderace. Let's talk
Oh.
about this one for us. Oh, he's gonna go.
He
did.
he sat
You
up.
know?
You saw him. He was like,
Look,
hold on.
one of my
Caleb,
personal
I mean,
favorites.
where's Cinderace sitting right now, and why isn't it up there with the other fire type Pokemon?
It is sitting right on Team Go-Go squad is my prediction here too. Previously known as the Pressos, and they, a lot of their players like to play a little off meta, and we actually saw a decent amount of Cinderace from them. So I'll see. Come back to me in like 20 minutes, and then we'll see how Cinderace fares. But I know Cinderace didn't really get touched in this patch, but I think in the right position, it could still be pretty good.
This is a wonderful transition to our next set that we're going to see. This is going to be Ducky Loco versus Team Go-Go. So two names that sound very similar, but definitely some household names that you may have heard of before. Ducky Loco has kind of a jumbled squad of what used to be You Feel Me from North America's UCS. We got members like Burzy, Ducky, and Hyo rounding out their squad, but they also added two players that are going to Worlds this year, Gohan and Enisas from Manteku. Some of the Mexican teams are going to be joining this squad, but Team Go much the flaming hot Depressos we have seen for most of the year. They have most recently gotten a sponsor. Go-Go is their new organization sponsoring them, and a lot of these players are very much the same. And kind of like I was saying before, a wonderful transition, because there is one player on this team who is very much known to play a Cinderace. That is that last pick, 10th pick option. Tetchin is a very proficient Cinderace player and also a very proficient Zeraora player. So very much like the last set, this Zeraora ban is not a mistake. This is specifically targeting Tetchin to make sure they get at least one of their primary picks taken away from them. Blaziken heading to the first selection option for Ducky Loco, with it looks like Crustle and Kepri is going to be picking up this Hoopa. Fairly rounded pick for the first selection. Of course, there's still Trevenant, but with both these defenders being picked up, there is potentially a Water Bear joining the fray here. In Cop, I know you are a very proficient Water Bear, Water Urshifu player. What do you think about this pick?
The way I just threw my hands up, I'm so excited that we have a Water Bear. Yes, this is gonna be so. I'm super excited. The Water Bear buffs that just came through again make it such an amazing and viable Pokemon to be able to dive down into a lane, dive through that flux zone, and be able to chase, which I think is such a great use for an all-rounder to be able to chase down those squishies in the backline for sure. I'm loving the Trev pick here. I'm loving the Chandelure on Ducky Loco's side. Mammothswine coming in here for Volk, as well as the Venusaur. Venusaur offering hopefully some range here. It looks like we get a spoon and glasses and that energy amplifier. So we might be seeing a Beamsaur here as well. And looks like Ducky Loco confirming the Caesar and the Blissey for Gohan. I definitely think that Blissey here is going to be a valid choice, needing some healing here for Ducky Loco for sure.
Yeah, Pikachu is this last pick option. This is the ace of Elo Poppy, the captain of Team Go-Go, the captain of Flaming Hot Depressos. Looking at these two team compositions, Caleb, who would you give the advantage of? Who has the better team so far?
Oh, I mean, this is the thing with Team Go-Go, right? You got to respect the Zeraora ban, the Zeraora, so you're going to ban it, but you can't ban out everything, right? And personally, I was like, okay, you're not going to ban out Zeraora and Cinderace, but this Urshifu pickup, I think, is actually really playing favorably for Team Go-Go. Going to be excited to see how this plays out, too, especially the newly buffed Urshifu. I believe Urshifu was banned, I think, in both of the previous two games, but this is going to be the first time appearance in today's tournament, and I think if Tetchin can play Zeraora and Cinderace, I think they could definitely play a mean Urshifu too.
So we've seen so many different characters joining the fray, of high diversity of characters. Seeing Charizard being played, we're seeing some Chandelure being played, we're seeing Machamp being played, we're now seeing a Water Urshifu being played. Ducky Loco, Team Go-Go. Casters, you're going to go ahead and take it away for our set number 2 that we see here today. Good luck, Casters.
All right.
Thank you.
Drake. All right. I mean, yeah, this is going to be a good one too. I feel like you have a team favorite already here going into this comp. What do you think about the comp so far?
I'm a little biased for sure, but yeah, I definitely think this is going to be interesting. I feel like Team Go-Go's definitely got the bulk for sure, but we are diving into this first game here between Ducky Loco, your purple team, Team Go-Go, your orange team. Looks like we have a Blaziken there in the jungle, as well as that Water Bear for Team Go-Go in the jungle that Tetson's running.
Yeah, I definitely want to get this evolved as soon as possible. Kubfu, probably one of the weakest Pokemon in the early levels, so getting that Urshifu evolved up for that first gank will be important. But you see Ducky Loco trying to go for a little Phantom Invade here, trying to be a little nuisance, but you do have the Swine Up helping out the Urshifu as well, or I should say the Kubfu right now, trying to stop some of this, and is going to secure both buffs. That's going to be huge for Tension's Kubfu as they work towards evolving. And you actually see the Torchic taking out the Hoopa as well too. So a big pickup on the side of Ducky Loco as well.
Absolutely. The Hoopa not being able to get to that level 4 in time before the Blaziken takes it down was pretty critical. This is interesting. We saw this in the last round as well. This double invade happening on both sides seems to be a common trend tonight in this North American qualifier. And it works and it doesn't work. It's very high risk. It's very high reward, especially if they go to that game 2 and the team already knows, hey, this is, we're on high alert. Are you going to try it again?
Yeah, and we see the fight break out on the top side here, and going to push some of the advantage on Team Go-Go side, but they're going to pull off to go back to maybe farming here as they contest the Baltoys. A 3v3 fight here, but we have the Combustion still trying to evolve to that fully fledged Blaziken. Meanwhile, Tension's Urshifu already evolved and getting all the power spikes they need so far here. We have kind of pre-evolutions here so far. Swine Up going to potentially go down and does go down to the Lampint, and that's going to be a pickup for sure, making this Ivysaur a little bit harder to play into. And here comes the Pikachu on Elo Poppy side. We don't see a ton of Pikachu, but Pikachu definitely has a lot of value still. And I believe also, did it get a buff, or maybe it was last patch that did?
It was last patch Pikachu.
Yeah.
Got a buff. Pikachu is quite viable. This Electro Ball is such a powerful move as well. It's so great to single target CC down enemy pokes on the opposing team, and that's usually what it's used for, unless some people go for the full mage sometimes. But we do have the Sludge Bomb out of the Ivysaur, which is definitely going to give us the Solar Beam in the long run. Urshifu dunking a clean amount of points here to close that goal. 30. That's a 24 overdunk for Team Go-Go, leaving it at 100 points for Team Go-Go, 18 for Ducky Loco as we hit this 720 mark, and we've got both bees spawning in top and bottom lane. Urshifu in the jungle trying to take this buff away from Ducky Loco, and succeeds.
Yeah, that's going to be a huge too. I mean, Urshifu is kind of one of those Pokemon where when you get it going, it's just like impossible to take out. Oh, a huge reset too, just getting out of time, loading up a move here. But Tension going to take the scenic route back to this top pad, trying to avoid getting going into a 1v3 here. Meanwhile, Ducky Loco getting some points on the board. Team Go-Go already has great positioning on the bottom side, is going to secure that Reggie seal. But Reggie Lecky is going to go over the side of Ducky Loco. Hoopa got to get reinforcements here as soon as possible. It looks like Team Go-Go's content on just letting this go. Urshifu going in there as well, taking down 2 already, and almost gets the reset, but doesn't quite get it. So now Team Ducky Loco can push maybe some few more points here, as reinforcements are not coming anytime soon. Getting a huge payout in points here as they score more into that 175 to 141 so far. But reinforcements are coming back in from Team Go-Go as we see a knockout already on the Blaziken. And this Venusaur is getting pretty big at this moment in time, level 9 already.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the drive that they needed to take there, right? But we don't have jump pad yet, so if this Reggie Lecky is going to close this first tier goal, we've got to push to the second before they can dive us, and I think it's a solid strategy for Ducky Loco, putting them in the lead. But Team Go-Go taking the fight here into the center, diving into this Scyther as well as this Blaziken. They're trying to find an opening to get a little bit more points in on this top goal here, and it looks like they're able to do that. Venusaur dropping that Unite, so does that Pikachu. We are trying to trade down the Trevenant here so we can close this goal. Hoopa dropping the portal, and Pikachu's not going to get out in time, but Venusaur does take the portal, come back in, and it looks like Ducky Loco has rallied on this top tier goal and is able to defend it pretty successfully.
Yeah, locking down those resets, definitely one way to play around that Hoopa too, right? Yeah, if you're going to heal back up, you could come back into this Death Ball if you'd like. And unfortunately, Venusaur is going to fall into that trap. We can see both teams kind of positioning here in posturing, trying to get some farm up as fast as they can before this next objective. So far, Piloswine still hasn't evolved yet, so we're going to try to get to that Mamoswine as soon as possible to be a little bit more impactful in these team fights. Meanwhile, we got Ducky Loco trying to be a nuisance on this Trevenant and stealing some of this farm. But the thing is, Team Gogo does have that Hoopa that could bring them into a fight. But oh, Pikachu goes down to the Scyther, and so does the Piloswine. Two quick knockouts here does change things here quite a bit. Meanwhile, Tetchin's going to be a nuisance as well, taking out the Chandelure. So going for maybe a double knockout themselves, not quite able to get the Blissey. And here comes with a little bit of vengeance here. We get the Piloswine evolving off of that knockout on the Scyther as well. Again, trading Reggie's here again. Registeel again on the bottom side. Can this Blissey pull off a miracle? Secure here. Egg Bomb just a little short. Does go down, but Regieleki is going to go over to the side of Team Loco. And the points pretty even. Level-wise, also fairly even on both ends. So quite the close battle. As we talked about battles here, there's going to be another skirmish and kind of a late Venusaur Unite, but just ensuring that everything gets knocked out here as Trevenant goes down as well. Level 12 Urshifu, level 12 Venusaur. Definitely great levels you want to see on your carries.
Yeah, for sure. That Regieleki walking into that top tier goal as well. And the Mamoswine finally got that evolution after that retaliation. 39 points, and that's a 28 overdunk for Team Gogo on that top goal. And yeah, levels are pretty even here. I think what's super interesting is the way the Ducky Loco is leveraging the Scyther on their side to be the speedster for this team. That bait and dive that happened earlier, the Trev knowing the Mamo needs the evolution, so it's going to take a little bit of farm, and then literally kites it back into that Scyther waiting. An amazing and solid use of that Scyther and that strategy for sure.
Definitely. And speaking of the Scyther, here comes the Unite as well, trying to secure tensions and this Urshifu, but Urshifu will not go down and going to continue its onslaught onto the Scyther. It's going to be Elo Poppy on the Pikachu picking up that knockout, but just thwarting the attempts of Scyther taking out that Urshifu. Meanwhile, Blaziken is going to take down Hoopa, so successfully defending that top tier goal zone, but Tension's Urshifu is starting to look pretty scary already, and as it gets higher and higher in levels, it's going to be even harder to take down. I mean, you threw everything you had at the Urshifu, but just Scyther was not enough. You're going to have to take down that Urshifu with a team effort.
Yeah, for sure. And honestly, that's why I'm a little biased. But the thing about Urshifu is with that liquidation, like the more enemy Pokemon it is fighting, the stronger it gets, the bigger the shield it gets, and the more damage it gets. That is the beauty of it. It wants to team fight. It wants to dive in 3, 4 in order to get as much of the boost as it can. But we've got a team fight happening up here as well. Looks like Blaziken and Blissey down for Ducky Loco as Team Gogo trying to fight off these enemy teams are Trev stopping this Mamoswine, and it looks like they're going to be able to get away in time. Hoopa going to try to take this portal and makes it out in time. We still have a Regieleki up on the top path and a Reggie on the bottom path.
And it looks like both teams are going to forego that. Team Ducky Loco trying to find some good positioning. Trevenant low on health, but that doesn't really matter too much for Trevenant. Quite the defender it is. Oh, Hoopa goes down pretty much instantly here. We see Elo Poppy uniting with the Pikachu, but I don't know if they were able to take anyone out yet. Both teams down 2 to 3 members here as we see that they're all trying to position for this, and points are pretty close. We can see a back cap here coming through, 24 points from the Blissey, another 82 from the Blaziken. They're now ahead, Ducky Loco on point, so they don't need this Rayquaza as badly, but they need to be able to defend it, and here Tensions is going to take out the Blissey and just chunk away a lot of that HP pool. Meanwhile, getting punched away with this Trevenant, and actually does go down to the Blaziken. That's a huge pick off for the side of Ducky Loco, and now all their members are back up. Some of them quite low on health. They're going to reset here as this fight, but is the reset a little too soon as Easy Team Gogo is going to try to shred down this Rayquaza before they get back. Blissey's going to be the first one here. Scyther is here as well. Scyther's going to have to put in some work. Pikachu does go down. Venusaur is going down as well. 2 knockouts right for Scyther. Make it 3. Hoopa goes down as well. And it's going to be the Rayquaza going over to Ducky Loco. There we have the point advantage. Now they're going to secure the Rayquaza for the final nail in the coffin.
That was a solid play. You know what? The bait down there, the dunk into that bottom goal to just push Ducky Loco above the point advantage was like, hey, we're gonna pressure you. You need to do something about it. And yeah, the reset was really risky there for them. But Team Gogo did not burn that Ray fast enough, and they were able to come back, take the team wipe. And we are 766 to 281 with 10 seconds left. We're going to call that a GG's for sure, and a solid play from both teams here as we move into our second round.
Yeah, a little stat padding here in the final miss. Everyone loves a good time there in front of the enemy base, especially if you're up in points. But really great recognition from Ducky Loco, I think, because, you know, going for the reset, but I think it was the right call because if you look at the side of Team Gogo, they don't have a lot of rip potential on objectives, right? Especially on that Solar Beam Venusaur. So it's great for securing power, but maybe not going to be able to rip as fast and as that Petal Blizzard variation. So just recognizing that, you know what, we can risk the back here. We'll get back in time, and the Scyther just putting in work there in the end. I mean, the huge pickoff on the Urshifu is really what set him up for that victory in the final minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. And I agree. The only real secure there was that Venusaur Solar Beam. And if it's already used that Unite to get that damage increase, both from the Energy Amplifier and from using the Unite move on top of it, then yeah, Team Gogo not really having a way to close it out in one big punch, right? But Ducky Loco, they've got the Scyther, they've got the Blaziken. They're doing a lot of good work in knowing that they can secure that Rayquaza right at the end, and they did successfully. So we're going to get back here up to the top. Looks like, you know, Team Loco here pushing this tier 1 goal early because they've got to get this Piloswine up. They had to get this Ivysaur into a Venusaur. I think it's a really solid early pressure from them.
Yeah, I mean, the game looked pretty even throughout, too. I thought it was a pretty close game overall, but a few backcaps from Ducky Loco in the last few seconds really kind of put Team Gogo, put them their backs against the wall, essentially, and said, you know what, we got to take a fight now, and maybe took a fight without the positioning they really wanted at that point in time. But yeah, this was pretty back and forth, too. I mean, seeing a lot of everyone really having a lot of play into each other throughout this. You know, you see Scyther go for a 1v2, and then meanwhile, Tetchin's Urshifu doing the same thing on the other side of the map. But Ducky Loco just keeping the pressure on too, recognizing that they don't have the same mobility without that Hoopa on their side, but just recognizing how to play around it really came in handy. As you can see, this Urshifu just go off, but does get caught out here in the final seconds from Ducky Loco in this fight, and then goes down, and that was pretty much it for the game because after that, Team Go just didn't have the damage they needed.
Yeah, and we talked about it earlier, right? Playing around the Hoopa is critical. If the enemy team has a Hoopa, you've got to be able to close the goals so that you reduce their momentum and their mobility. And I think Ducky Loco, as you said, did a great job of that for sure. So congrats to them as we move into our second round. You know what? As much as I loved seeing a water bear, he was beautiful. He was amazing. He did so good, but he was not enough. So I'm not sure if we're going to see it for round 2 or not. Caleb, what do we think?
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be interesting. Maybe we see the Cinderace come out. I mean, Cinderace didn't really get much of a buff. I think Water Bear could be the play, but I think Team Gogo might need a little bit stronger of a front line as well, too, right? Because you got the Solar Beam Venusaur, you got the Pikachu in the back lines doing some damage. You do have the Mamoswine, but outside of that, too, you know, once the Urshifu goes down, it's just like a lot of your, you know, range Pokemon just don't have as much wiggle room there to kind of shred down the opponents. And a lot of that was also kind of burst damage, right, from both the Pikachu and the Venusaur, but not as much consistent damage as something like you know, something like maybe like a Dragon Pole or like a Chandelure as well, just constantly chipping at you.
Yeah, and there's also a difference between burst damage that like the Scyther provided, right, for Ducky Loco, which was like a lot of very fast, high damage, get in, get out, right, rather than the burst damage coming from the beam on that Venusaur, which is like, it's going to hit, but if it doesn't secure the KO, what do we do next, right?
Right.
Yeah. For sure. I want the Cinderace for you. I'm hoping for it. I'm crossing my fingers. I'm manifesting for you, Caleb.
Well, you know, sometimes I get Team Go's got to do what they got to do to win. So maybe Cinderace is not the key to victory, but we'll see how the bans look too. I mean, I was thinking if Team Gogo runs away with this, Urshifu might be first on their ban list next to that Zeraora, but seems like they were able to handle it quite well. And, you know, we'll see how they go along with this, but it looks like it's going to be a Kramer ban on the side of Team Gogo to kick things off. And it looks like they're going to give that respect for Zeraora right away. They're saying, you know what, we're not going to take any chances here.
Yeah, the Zero ban is what we saw last time as well. Zero and Slowbro. Let's see if they end up with the Slowbro ban as well this time around. But Team Go-Go hovering over that Blaziken, which is Blaziken, always a solid pick. It's got that solid secure as well. It's one of the best Pokemon in the game right now for that secure outside of, I'd say, probably like Dark Bear. And yeah, the Water Bear Shufu banned on Ducky Loco's side. So let's go into our first picks.
Yeah, so I mean, this is setting up definitely a great Cinderace game because there goes the Zorora and the Urshifu, but we get a Slowbro as a first pick too, a great pick as well, and we see Charizard being picked up from Ducky Loco, so going to be interesting. We've seen only one Charizard earlier in today's tournament, didn't pan out so well, but Ducky Loco going to give it a try themselves. We get the Trevenant as well too. Ducky Loco TTV was on that Trevenant last game and really just provided a lot of assistance to the team and just disruption against the team and just isolating like that Urshifu and just stunning up various Pokemon on the side of Team Go-Go. We get a Comfey pickup. Okay. Well, let's see what this is going to be paired with. Probably not going to be the Charizard. It's going to be probably the Scyther again. And the Comfey on the Scyther or just on a lot of these speedsters or even all-rounders is just a huge nuisance. Especially if you have two potential carries, the Comfey could hop back and forth on.
Yeah.
Oh, is it gonna be Cinderace Gaming? We get the Pikachu locket. Oh, here
Let's
we go.
go!
All right. We get the Cinderace, and we'll see how it goes. I mean, hey, comfort picks are important too, especially if you know how to play them.
Absolutely, yeah. If you know how to sit in the pocket with your comfort pick, then you know that you're going to be in a solid place to at least take the game too. As a Comfey player, I completely agree with you. You got to have multiple targets if you're going to put Comfey in your team. And I think Charizard's great here. Trev's great here. And if you can't have the Zoroark Comfey, you got to have the Scyther Comfey. It's like the second best choice there if you want to overlap that support and that speedster role. Elo Poppy back on the Pikachu as well. We saw from the first game, which did pretty well for sure. I'm interested to see whether this Umbreon's going to be a mean look Umbreon or a foul play Umbreon, given we're looking at some physical Pokemon on Ducky Loco's side, but mean look is just such a solid move. I'm not sure which one they're going to end up going with, but we'll see.
Yeah, Meanlook could definitely be a great way to kind of shut down that Scyther as well, right? We saw how mobile, just speedsters in general, but especially Scyther can be. So it could be a way to kind of neutralize the Scyther. And, at that point, like if you're Comfey and you're stuck on the Scyther and Meanlook, like what are you going to really do there, right? So I do like that pickup from Team Go-Go. And Umbreon kind of banned it in a lot of previous games, but is going to see some gameplay as well as that Cinderace. So I'm excited.
I'm excited for you. I'm crossing my fingers. We shall see. But yeah, Umbreon's one of those picks that's like once you go into the team comp and you know what the enemy's running, if it's a Dodrio, if it's a Scyther, if it's a Zoroark, any of those Pokemon that are going to have high mobility, you got to take the mean look or else they're just going to run through you into that back line and have a field day, Yeah. So I think I'm predicting also a mean look here, but we shall see. And we are going into this first round here. Team Go-Go, your purple team. Ducky Loco, your orange team.
Yeah, and beyond just a mean look too, we got Volk on that Slowpoke and eventually evolving to Slowbro. That Slowbeam could be crucial for these team fights as well to really help lock down that Scyther in these fights, or even that Charizard too. We saw that in a previous series earlier. So we're going to see how that goes. No really invading shenanigans going on so far. I mean, Comfey's not going to be the best invader in general too, so probably not going to see too much of that in general. And meanwhile, Ducky Loco going quite low here, just running to the center area to try to survive. Scyther trying to go for a little backup, but this looking like there's going to be 3 on the top side here. Raboot is coming up for assistance over as well. Raboot, not the best kind of level 5 ganker here, but you gotta do what you gotta do here and just go for some poke damage, maybe secure some of the birds for the levels. But definitely posturing for a fight for Ducky Loco side because they definitely have a slight advantage here, I think, in this composition.
Absolutely. And listen, if you're the Raboot and you see that the Scyther is rotating up to the top lane, you've got to rotate up as well. And in order to help that top lane have any sort of a fight, you also, Scyther needs to match with that Comfey in order to start pushing the lane. That seems to be one of the strategies here. And so, yeah, looks like there was a little bit of a back and forth there over the Bs, but not much advantage gained on either side. We're still at 0 points for both teams, which is pretty great. That means that there's a balance happening between top lane and bottom lane. Raboot returning back into that jungle, and looks like the Charmander definitely low on levels here right now is moving into the jungle for Ducky Loco.
Yeah, and we see 2 knockouts there for the side of Ducky Loco, going to take advantage of that comfy Scyther combination. And Team Goku, unfortunately, not able to make too much of it. You know, maybe if they could got the middle birds in the meantime, could have been good. But just a lot of it going over to the side of Ducky Loco. And we see kind of a trade-off of jungles there. Now that we have the Charmeleon grabbing up the buffs here. Now that Scyther's kind of online and ready to go. And here we have some of the birds actually secure from Ducky Loco, kind of split off. We have Cinderace evolved and ready to go as well, as it's going to start poking away. We definitely got to space out as carefully as you can. The CC from the Slowboy is going to help pick off the Trevenant. A double knockout already for Tension's Cinderace, and going for more is so low on health. And it looks like the Scyther's actually going to be able to take it out. Actually, the Comfort getting 2 knockouts here by themselves, and it's actually going to be the Scyther picking up that final one. So Cinderace looking good until it wasn't looking so good. And meanwhile, we still have an Eevee that's yet to evolve into Umbreon. So a little bit on the struggle side here, and Scyther's going to continue its onslaught. Can it survive? Oh, picking up a berry on the last second. Takes out the Cinderace yet again. And Charizard's here for reinforcement. Triple knockout for this Scyther. Can it make it 4? It's going to be a Quadra. If this Eevee runs any faster, it might be a Pensa for this Scyther. But pretty content with the Quadra as well. And this Scyther's looking pretty strong already. Already level 10. 2 times the levels. 5 levels higher than Umbreon.
This Scyther is on an absolute rampage, and it is amazing to see. Yeah, the ambush there to take out multiple members of Team Go-Go was solid, and now it looks like we've got a fight coming in over this Regirock here. Trev trying to survive, not gonna. Well, the Venusaur goes down, still up. This Regilucky is pushing into Team Go-Go's top tier goal, while this Scyther runs rampant. Another 2 down. Regilucky goes in, and they are able to dunk a whole bunch of points there. Wow. Ducky Loco is really having a field day with this Scyther comfy strategy.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we got defenders like Umbreon and Slowbo to try to lock down the Scyther, but it's hard to do when the Scyther's 5-6 levels higher than you, and it can just shred you down like you're just a low level Pokemon at that point in time. Scyther finally does go down to Tension's Cinderace. Cinderace is going to drop afterward, but that's going to be a lot of catch-up experience for Tension. But I mean, we already got both gold zones on the top side from Team Go-Go is already down 260 to 0 points so far. It is looking pretty tough for Team Go-Go in the second game.
Yeah, Team Go-Go's going to have to really rally here and figure out how to make this strategy work for them. Now that they have their Umbreon online as well as their Venusaur, everybody is ready to move in here, and Venusaur's got to unite as we move into this bottom Regi objective. Both teams sort of dancing back and forth and circling, not really knowing where their intro is to this team fight, but I think it's got to happen sooner than later as that Scyther's still in the center area, moving on down, and there's the ping too. Hey, that Scyther is not here yet, y'all. We have to do something.
Yeah, definitely. They got to try and make as much as they can. It is going to be Elo Poppy on that Pikachu, going to secure it up, but Tension Cinderace is already taken out here, and it looks like Scyther is going to be on the right-hand side, maybe going for ambush. Oh, this could be a kind of essentially a 1v4, but 2v4 with the Comfey, trying to do what they can, but the Pokemon on the side of Team Go-Go is more higher levels now, so not able to bully as much, but still takes out 2 already, going for the 2 defenders now. This Umbreon has nowhere to go. 4 knockouts yet again for this Scyther, and this Scyther is going to be probably max level in a minute or so. We're only about halfway through the game so far, already level 13. Tension's going to do what they can to secure this Regilucky. Definitely good to grab that as soon as they can. Going around, they're not even going to try to score any points on the top goal zone. Just doesn't want that going to their center pad because that would have been disastrous.
That was a 4 KO, and it was a 3v1 inside of a mean look that this Scyther was able to take down the members of Team Go-Go. Absolutely amazing gameplay here from Anesis, I believe is the player's name. So just solid. Well, Team Go-Go's got to do something here, or else Ducky Loco, they don't even need the Ray right now. All they have to do is continue to pressure and be careful about how they're pressuring, but looks like that may be too much for them right now as 4 members are down for Ducky Loco, leaving just the Delphox here under this Unite, and yet there's the Unite from Venusaur as well to take down the Delphox, but it doesn't make it, and Delphox is able to get out alive.
Yeah, Delphox saying, hey, don't forget about me. Triple knockout for the side for Delphox. Oh, actually a quad as well for them. So this Delphox is looking kind of scary at this point in time too. I mean, everyone's like only focusing on the Scyther. Delphox, meanwhile, getting the levels they need. Level 13, getting that farm. getting those knockouts. Tetchin's Cinderace was able to get a triple for themselves. So level 13 on the side of Cinderace. And, the thing is, the Scyther can go down, right? They've been able to take the Scyther out a couple times, but usually at what cost? Because all those resources used to take out the Scyther. Oh, meanwhile, I'm saying all those resources, but Scyther not going to do so well in that 1v4, a true 1v4, no comp fake there. Charizard is going to come through, trying to burn down the Cinderace. Cinderace trying to kite away, but Charizard is able to take out the Cinderace. Meanwhile, Ducky Loco looking to secure another objective. Charizard does go down on top side as well as the Comfy.
Yeah, Team Go-Go here prioritizing closing the goal up on top rather than the Reggie steal down on the bottom as we move into this 2-minute 45-second mark. That 3-minute Charizard Unite could be risky. It looks like the Charizard's going to need to farm back up in order to have it in time for this upcoming team fight for the Ray. And it might be happening earlier than we think, as we have both teams engaging each other on this top objective. 30 seconds left to burn this Reggie Lecky down. Otherwise, this might be the Ray fight right now, Caleb.
Yeah, you see Tetchin trying to rip down this Reggie Lecky as fast as they can. Does finally get to it, because again, you don't want to be caught in that scenario where you have the Reggie Lecky going towards their home pad, especially when the Rayquaza is up. But Tetchin is going to go down and sacrifice themselves in the process. There's going to be a slight delay on that spawn timer as the Rayquaza comes up. Tetchin is going to be a little bit slower there, and you can see Ducky Loco is going to forego probably the Reggie Lecky and just wants to get good positioning. They could really punish Team Go-Go because Tetchin's not here yet, but maybe just waiting for Team Go-Go to make a move here as we see the Charizard looming back over to the middle side as well. You can see Scyther here. Oh, going to catch out Elo Poppy and has to throw the Unite move down to take out the Pikachu. So not completely wasted there for the Pikachu. Grabbing that Unite move early is going to be kind of nice for this team fight here, but down a member now, waiting for this Pikachu to spawn up. Still 10 seconds to go. Meanwhile, the position is so aggressive on the side of Team Ducky Loco, and they're up 200 points, over 200 points right now. Team Go-Go needs this Rayquaza not only to win this game, but force a game number 3 here.
Yeah, they've got to find an opening. They've got to find some sort of momentum there. With Elo Poppy dropping, that was sort of the place for Ducky Loco to say, okay, we can continue to hold the lane here, hold the pressure, and make sure that they can't get through these two bottlenecks into the Ray pit. But Team Go-Go finding a way in here. This Delphox Fire Spin coming down, dropping a lot Umbreon Unite as well. Venusaur Unite coming in. Delphox goes down. Trev goes down for Ducky Loco. The team fight is happening as well. The Comfy drops too, and there are 4 members down for Ducky Loco.
It's just Charizard left. Can Charizard do it? It's going to get ripped apart. Elo Poppy picking up triple knockouts, and the Rayquaza does go into the side of Team Go-Go. You got almost 300 points worth you can score here. Let's see how they're going to do it. Allocate it. It looks like, oh, I love this play. Slowbro going to cap first to allow Pikachu to get the scores in as well, and they're up points now. They just have to defend, and they have a little over 20 seconds to go in this game. Side of Ducky Loco are just still respawning. They're not even halfway across the map yet. They need to secure some of these knockouts to not only make the defense or the push a little bit easier, but also picking up some of these points. But looks like it's going to be a little too late, and the final team fight for Team Go-Go is going to secure them the victory.
That is what we call Pokemon Unite math right there. They did not want a Hundo Burger. They wanted a Hundo Burger with fries and the shake to get all those dunks in on that bottom goal. And I agree, a solid strategy for sure. Congrats to Team Go-Go there on their win in this second game. 530 points to 362. And you know what? Honestly, it goes to show that, as amazing as this Scyther did for Loco that Anesis ran, 15 kills, 13 assists, it was still not enough to secure the game, because if there's a Ray, there's a way, baby.
That's right, and if there's a Cinderace, there's a way too, and that Cinderace was able to rip down that Rayquaza fast enough. That was definitely going to be one difference maker in this game, not having that easier to rip down objective, not even putting up that much damage, but getting a lot of damage on the objectives there for the Reggie Leckys and that final Rayquaza. Big damage from Yeti actually on that Venusaur, and Elo Poppy following up on that 73k mark, 131,000 damage on that Scyther. Comfy combo was fantastic. Twice they had a quadra knockout on that Scyther, but just was not enough in the final fights. And you can see here, this is one of them, I think. Oh, actually, this is when the Comfy actually got a triple knockout, I believe, or a double knockout. But that was the early game, and this, the Scyther was looking pretty strong. But the thing is, Team Go-Go always found a way to take out the Scyther when it came time to it, and their resilience throughout the game really proved to be valuable in that final minute.
Yeah, and I think Elo Poppy made the right play there in the end, forcing the Unite out of the Scyther once he found it in the grass and got that dive. That I think that was the play that was able to let them take it out and then move in for that Ray when they had the opportunity. Because if you pressure it early, you're going to be able to take it down. And I also just want to say shout out to Gohan here, because as amazing as this Scyther was, we can't not deny how solid of a comfy that Gohan was in this game.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, some people think that you just, if you're confident, you don't have to do anything, but you still have to put in the work as that support too. It is not always the easiest to support your team on that config. And you see here, being a part of the ride for a lot of those knockouts as well on that team. And there were a few moments where even hopping out to that Charizard when need be. And here comes a huge skirmish here. You see config try his best to go in, but unfortunately not able to. And we see this injuries. The Delphox actually getting quite a bit of damage too, but it was really Yeti and this Venusaur putting up a lot of damage to the side of Team Go-Go and just keeping them in this game. And we see that final team fight as well too, and a lot of the members from Ducky Loco just going down, kind of split off here. We see the Charizard doing what they can, but at that point in time, only member left on the side of Ducky Loco, and Team Go-Go is going to secure this Rayquaza. And one big thing I want to point out again too is that we had the Scyther spend that Unite move on that Pikachu right off in the early bit of that fight. And yes, it was a great pick off, but they kind of just waited around until Pikachu came back up and really didn't make too much of it. And without that Scyther Unite in that, big team fight in the end, could have potentially cost Ducky Loco.
Yeah, absolutely. Completely agree with you. And also, we talked about the burst damage from that Venusaur in that last game. And that in that Ray fight, we saw it. We saw the Venusaur Unite come over that wall into that Solar Beam. And that's the sort of burst damage that you want to see from a Venusaur, and able to take out a few of the enemy team there to get in there, get in there, get the momentum, and win that Ray fight. So congratulations, Team Go-Go. We are 1-1 moving into a round 3 here soon.
Yeah, I think we're going to take a quick break before Game 3, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with exciting Game 3 to decide who wins between Team Go-Go and Ducky Loco. All right, we are back in game number 3. We are in the draft phase, and we're going to see Zeraora being banned yet again from Ducky Loco's side, giving respect to tensions Zeraora themselves. And we finally see the Scyther / Scizor ban on Team Go-Go. They're just tired of having to deal with that thing, and definitely a valuable ban for sure. I mean, even though they were able to overcome it, you just don't want to have to deal with it every game.
Yeah, Team Go-Go's over here like, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me, right? No Scyther for the round 3 at all, but this Crayon ban as well we've seen before. Anissa's locking in the Urshifu here. This looks like it might be a Water Bear as well with that weakness policy. And Team Go-Go hovering over a defender here, deciding between maybe Lapras, Blastoise, or Mamoswine. Umbreon hopefully being locked in for this second pick here. Umbreon we've seen is a solid Pokemon with that experience share as well, able to help level in that early lane. And looks like we'll be having a Mamoswine here. Double defender pick for Team Go-Go out of the gate.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we saw, a great job on the Umbreon last game as well too. I mean, it took a while for that EV to evolve, but when it finally did, the mean looks definitely came in handy at times to really kind of slow down that Scyther, and could definitely be used against that Urshifu as well as it's charging towards you too, to just kind of slow down some of that momentum it has. We see a Crustle pickup actually on the side of Ducky Loco, so we haven't seen any Crustle today, but definitely a fun pickup for sure. I think it seems like the general tradition for Team Go-Go is to pick that jungler carry for tension on the very last pick. So we're going to see what that's going to be. But we do have the Delphox as a potential bottom lane attacker. And then maybe Elo Poppy going back on the Pikachu. Not really sure. I was thinking Elo Poppy was probably going to play the Delphox. Actually going to be a Lucario pickup here.
Interesting. Yeah, Gohan is also back on a supporter role with this Blissey with experience share. And just to note here, this Crustle also has experience share as a defender, which I'm super excited about. Going to be able to help both those lanes out. Yeti for Team Go-Go was running that Venusaur in game 2, so clearly very comfortable in that ranged attacker position with Spoon, Glasses, Energy Amp, meaning that that Delphox likely is going to have a Unite move every minute at least. And Hugh landing on a Gardevoir and Breezy on this Mew. These are two Pokemon that I do not see very often in our current meta.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Gardevoir's got a great team fight potential, but it really just matters a lot on if you can land that Fairy Singularity or not. And we actually see a Greninja pickup from Tension. I mean, this is a real throwback to. I mean, we got Lucario Greninja. This is like season 1 of Pokemon Unite all over again. And this is going to be interesting too, because Greninja not typically seen a lot in competitive these days, but again, just like Cinderace, in the right situations, you can still make it work. It seems like Tension just loves playing kind of middle tier carries and seeing what they could do with it. So I love to see it.
I love to see it too. Let them cook. I'm excited to see something different. I'm excited to change up the pattern here. And I haven't seen a Greninja in a competitive meta in so long. It's one of the first Pokemon that I picked when I started playing this game. When I was looking for a ranged attacker, I was like, oh, I'll take Greninja because Water Shuriken was like so good at the time.
Mm-hmm.
And it's still, that Surf is a solid assassinate. It's a solid secure right there to take easy KOs from those low health enemy team members. So let's see what Tetson's going to do with it.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this Urshifu definitely looks like it's down to 1v1 anything on the side of Team Go-Go. So Urshifu getting another chance here to shine, but this time in the hands of Ducky Loco and Greninja. I mean, this is a Team Go-Go special, right? If they're not running Spice, then something's not right. And they're going to close it out here, try to go for this game number 3 win against Ducky Loco to push themselves forward in this round. But here we go. Let's get into the game and see how it goes. Urshifu, probably to no surprise, will be going. Oh no, it's actually going to be a Mew actually in the jungler territory, and Urshifu actually Kufu going over to the top side. Lucario top lane is a tale as old as time, going up there with the EV who will eventually be into Umbreon. No invading shenanigans on either side here so far. But we can see actually a pretty quick early assistance from this Mew going up here. Not needing to evolve or anything. Already has a lot of utility right off the bat. Elo Poppy is in trouble and does go down. Does go down to Chansey, so not too bad. But this EV is outnumbered. And let's see if this EV is going to evolve any faster to Umbreon this game. But it's already looking like it's on pace to maybe setting a new slow evolution record.
We're rooting for you, little Eevee. Yeah, looks like Tetson diving this bottom lane here with this Jungle Greninja. Going to be able to push the Gardevoir up out of there as his team members can get some points in. Going to also try to take these little early bunnies as well while they've got the opportunity. Yeah, it's interesting to see the cross dynamic push here, right? Team Go-Go able to get some aggression on the bottom lane. Ducky Loco able to get that early aggression on that top lane for sure. So both teams doing very well at keeping each other in check.
Yeah, it looks like they are determined to let this EV stay at EV as long as possible. Elo Poppy actually going to the bottom tier side, but a 2v4, and is actually going over to the side of Ducky Loco as they pick up the knockout on Elo Poppy, and now reinforcements are coming through. Tensions Greninja goes down as well, and here we have the Mew for additional reinforcements. This Crustle is quite low, but I think gets out there just fine, and now we see Urshifu just being a nuisance and starting to steal some of these buffs. Urshifu at that point say, you know what, I don't need to be in my jungle, I'm going to be in yours, but Elo Poppy is going to take out that Urshifu, so definitely getting a little bit back over here. Eevee, so level 3 struggling right now, trying to get that evolution up as soon as possible.
Yeah, and this Mew is all alone right now, but it needs to rejoin here. Joining back with its Gardevoir companion. Breezy on this Mew's doing a great job with this Electro Ball, sniping down those low health enemy team members. This Crustle chasing down Mamoswine as well, not going to be able to make it. Tetsun going to come in, try and take out this Crustle, also going to escape, but there it is again. That Mew Electro Ball drops the Greninja from Tetsun. It's a solid secure, and is able to stay at range and get the KOs.
Yeah, and here we see a little skirmish back and forth here. It looks like Eel Poppy actually is going to outdo Urshifu right here too. Lucario, one of the highest skill Pokemon you can run, and in the right hands, it could definitely put in some work. So definitely a big throwback in here. We see it's going to be E-Speed Lucario as well. And it looks like Tetsun's Greninja going down to yet again another Electro Ball. I'm telling you, type effectiveness is actually not a thing in Pokemon Unite, but it's looking like it is in this matchup so far. Meanwhile, we see another skirmish going down again here. This time it looks like Urshifu has a slight advantage, but you do have the healing on the pad on the side of Team Go-Go. And Elopoppy goes down in this rematch. 1-1 there is going to be the score in that 1v1 here. But speaking of scores, it's pretty even here too, 75-74 as more skirmishes goes down. Knockouts go on both sides here. Umbreon's finally evolved up, but probably gonna go down yet again here on the side of Ducky Loco's base.
Yeah, Team Go-Go securing that Registeel for sure as Tetsun works on the Regieleki up top there. Team Go-Go able to take both objectives as the Tetsun walks this Regieleki into this top goal. Let's see if they're going to be able to get a decent-sized overdunk as a team fight continues to happen in the bottom lane here. Lucario going down again to this Mew as Delphox tries to defend the home goal here, this bottom tier 1 goal. And yeah, the top lane seems to be quite open for anybody to just hang out in. We've had Urshifu up there, we've had Lucario up there as well, just taking whatever farm they can get, while most of the team fight moving into this center lane. Ducky Loco taking down Tetsun's Greninja, and Mew going to need to recall.
Yeah, top lane's just like a brawl fest. I mean, it's like Fight Club. If you want to come in 1v1 me, come up here if you want. It's going to be Urshifu and Lucario mostly dominating that lane, but a few members going up to kind of contest some of that as well. Meanwhile, we got the Fire Spin from Delphox being a nuisance a little bit on the Crustle. Not too much here. Umbreon just roaming around a little bit, doing what they can to try to soak up some experience as you see it finally hitting that level 8 as well. A lot of fights going on here. Piloswine not fully evolved yet, does need that level 9 to evolve into that Mamoswine. Is not going to get it just quite yet. Gardevoir already level 11 here on the side of Ducky Loco, but does go down to Elopoppy. Elopoppy's popping off a little bit here, trying to get some of these resets on the E-Speed here. Meanwhile, this Crustle is chasing down, and the Delphox does go down. Fight is just continuing forward here, and Lucario just trying to get as many resets as possible. Goes and evades the fight here, running for their lives. Meanwhile, Umbreon still roaming around on the side of Ducky Loco. I see Lucario is going to secure that knockout as objectives are starting to spawn yet again on the second rotation of Regis.
Yeah, this Umbreon's only job is really to distract as Team Go-Go continues to throw members at this bottom tier 1 goal, trying to close it out so that they can get a larger point advantage against Team Ducky Loco. We've got a Reggie still spawning in the bottom lane here. Both teams on it. Fairy Singularity coming out for Gardevoir, and Crustle is able to secure it for Ducky Loco. Looks like the team fight's going to continue. Mew going to be able to take down that Mamoswine. Umbreon might not be able to make it out as well for Team Go-Go. Team Ducky Loco pushing against this bottom tier 1 goal. This could be the opportunity that they need with this Reggie still buff. And yes, Umbreon drops as well. Delphox, there's the Unite from Delphox. Unite from Mew to protect the team members as they try to get out.
Yeah, and looks like Elopoppy is going to try to chunk away, but is dangerously low and just gets grazed by the Solar Beam, but somehow survives here. Meanwhile, Regieleki goes through, and we see the Urshifu just saying, you know what, I'm not even going to score. I'm just going to fight here as long as I can, just brawling out here. And meanwhile, just scoring points in between. Stuck in that mean look, though, might be the end for Urshifu. No! Takes out tension as well, and is still looking pretty good. But here comes another 50 points here. A 42 over dunk for the side of Ducky Loco. They're up over 130 points now, exactly 130 points actually, as you see Elopoppy getting caught out a little bit from the Crustle. Crustle actually going to take that 1v1 for themselves. Fire Spin's going to do what they can. Tension with the Unite from Greninja going to secure some knockouts as well. They need to get as many chaos as they can as they're trying to catch up in some of these levels. Already level 13 on the Urshifu here as the fight continues. Tension overextended a little bit. Is it going to be called out? Don't get hit by the Electro Ball. Actually does take out the Mew this time, but Urshifu joined the fight and Greninja finally goes out as this fight just continues to go through. Vengeful Fireworks comes through, but it's not enough to slow down this Urshifu. It's going to continue raging forward here. As you can see, Mean Look only able to slow him down, but not able to stop it. And now, yet again, we got Umbreon running for their lives over to the wrong side of the map, but try and do what they can to buy time for the teammates. And definitely going to go down here. I mean, Urshifu was saying, you know what? I'm not even going to focus this Umbreon. I'm just going to get some of this farm.
This Piloswine needs a KO in order to get its evolution. We are at 2 minutes and 30 seconds, and we finally got a Mamoswine. There it is for Team Go-Go. Better late than never, I guess. Hopefully that's going to be able to change the tide of these team fights for Team Go-Go. As yeah, Ducky Loco is doing a solid play here. This Urshifu is basically living in the enemy flux zone, living on the enemy team side. I'm saying, you know what, I don't really care. I'll fight whoever you want. Yeah, and Blissey coming in here with this Unite to help support the Urshifu as it escapes, but it is at the 2-minute mark, and we're going into this Ray fight.
Yeah, that's actually a big Unite move being spent. I mean, that was spent at like the 2-minute 6-second mark. So that Bliss assistance is not coming out anytime soon, and that could give Team Go-Go maybe a slight breathing room. I don't remember the last time this Urshifu went down. I think it was in that maybe that 1v1 fight with Lucario early on at like the 6-minute mark or so. So this Urshifu looks nearly unstoppable, but without that Bliss assistance, it is looking a little more mortal in these final minutes. But Piloswine, I'm sorry, Mamoswine, actually, it did evolve into Mamoswine, but it does go down to a big, I believe it was a Solar Beam from the Mew. So this Team Go is going to wait out and see if they can get that Mamoswine back into action. But meanwhile, the longer you wait, the sooner this Blissey is going to get their Unite move back up. And it looks like Umbreon goes down yet again. This is going to be a hard fight to Team Go-Go, but they're going to start it off here. And Gardevoir goes down. Unite move still on the Gardevoir, but not able to get it off. Now they have, it's not even numbers advantage. It's still 4v4 here, but Umbreon is back up here, as you can see. And it looks like Team Go maybe going to try to shred down this Rayquaza, but they don't have the space to do a Mew running at them. And Urshifu just having the time of their life, just mauling away at this Mamoswine. Mamoswine is going to go down, and just the timer's ticking for this Blissey to get that Unite back. But the thing is, you just got an Umbreon running around the map yet again. Elo Poppy is here, going to try to carry, but already chunked so hard down from this Urshifu. Urshifu is still full health here. Umbreon's going to go down. Elo Poppy's Lucario's going to go down as well. It's going to be Tensions and this Greninja, and not going to be able to do it. Secured by that Mew. 5 members of Ducky Loco still up. Only one lonely Mamoswine here trying to defend the center pad. And you might be a defender, but this is going to be a hard one to defend on the side of Team Go-Go. And here we see the points raining in. And it's going to be a decisive game number 3 victory for Team Ducky Loco. No Bliss assistance needed at all in that final fight. That Urshifu looked pretty nasty in those final minutes.
Yeah, a valiant effort from that Mamoswine, but unfortunately not going to be able to make it. Team Go-Go taking down that Gardevoir as that early pick while it still had its Unite move up, but then not able to really take advantage of the momentum to be able to take the rest of Ducky Loco out. That Gardevoir Unite is one of the strongest Unites in this game, able to clump up an entire enemy team. So I think that there was a little bit of a missed opportunity there on Team Go-Go side, but congratulations to Ducky Loco taking this game 2 here and going to be moving on in our tournament. 12 assists out of the Gardevoir here for Hugh, pretty solid. And these teams are relatively even. I felt a little bit back and forth there. We got that big point momentum shift right there from Ducky Loco. We saw it here on this map. And I think that was kind of the critical moment where Ducky Loco said, you know what, I think we can actually do this. I think if we play smart, we can actually take this game.
Yeah, it was I feel it's a tough game for the defenders for Team Go-Go, right? Like, they were struggling to evolve both the Umbreon and the Piloswine and just constantly getting picked off there. But yeah, what a great performance from Ducky Loco all the way throughout. I mean, they had any sus on the Scyther, right, in the first 2 games, and he said, you know what, if you're going to ban out Scyther, we're just going to pick pretty much an unkillable Urshifu, and that's pretty much what it looked like in the second half of the game. You know, a great performance from Team Go-Go as well, running those spice picks with the Greninja and stuff, but just not enough damage to kind of secure some of that. So yeah, what a great match here. It did go to game 3 though, went the distance, but Team Ducky Loco is going to keep moving forward. We're going to take a quick break before we have more Unite action. All right, welcome back everyone to Unite Battle Hub Elite Tour NA Edition. This is the second qualifier, and the qualifying team will have a shot at that $500 prize pool in the main event this upcoming weekend. I'm Caleb Payne. I'm joined by Cop and Draku, and we are moving forward into the semifinals of today's tournament. It is single elimination, so a lot on the line for all these teams every single round. Draco, I know you're watching behind the scenes in that last series. Went to game number 3. What were your thoughts against it was Lucky Locos versus Team GoGo?
That was such an electric set from like game number 1 all the way to game number 3. I feel like Team GoGo was on the fence for most of those games, but they're somehow able to claw their way back by Techin with that Cinderace that we were talking about before was able to pull the team together in game number 2. It was quite a scrappy game throughout game number 2. That Scyther got something like 15 KOs. Verzi, their attacker for You Feel Me, and now this squad, such a talented player across the board. But again, Team GoGo still was able to find their way to force a game 3, but we all saw how that happened. Team GoGo unfortunately is not going to be going forward, and I'm excited to see how this tournament ends up. We got 4 teams left and quite heavy hitters for all of them.
Yeah, definitely. And, I know the 3 of us kind of peeped over at that boy Muckstream, who's over at Dark Eakins, coming up against Rework Respawn. And we saw a little bit of Cerulege action, too, which we haven't seen in today's tournament on broadcast yet. So maybe we'll get a sneak peek for this upcoming match. Cobb, what were your thoughts on that Cerulege action, especially after its recent buffs?
Yeah, I think Cerulege is a solid Pokemon, and I really hope we get to see it in this North American qualifier, because a lot of the other Pokemon that we talked about at the top of this tournament, we have seen that Charizard, we have seen that Delphox, which is super exciting, and we have seen that Water Bear. So, but that Cerulege was very, very good. The healing on it from that Bitter Blade is made the sustain so useful for that Pokemon, because when it came out, that was the only problem with it that I found, at least, was that like it's got great damage, but it's just too fragile to be an all-rounder in my opinion.
Yeah, it feels almost like a speedster in some ways. So, I mean, we saw it paired up with an Absol for Dark Eakins in that last round, and they were just taking out people in seconds too if they had the right combination. So it was pretty deadly stuff. So we'll see how that goes. But yeah, looking at these 2 teams, we got Rework Respawn and Eakins. Rework Respawn, a Worlds qualified team too. Drake, could tell us a little bit about this team and maybe what to look for.
They are currently a Worlds qualifying team from Latam North. The captain is Zyle Kira. And our producer was talking or mentioned really briefly how he loved your shirt, Cop, Gengar. And one thing I want to bring up here is that in a recent tournament, Rework Respawn went up against Orange Juicers, one of the North American representatives for Worlds. And Rework Respawn brought out a Gengar, and it was absolutely electric. Orange Juicers did not know how to respond, so I like that you're wearing this shirt, because we might be seeing a Gengar in this set, possibly.
Yeah, manifesting some of that too. I mean, it's a Hawaiian shirt too, and nothing more fitting than a Worlds qualified team going to Hawaii and running that Gengar. That's something that a lot of teams have to kind of respect as well, right? Running these kind of non-conventional Pokemon that people don't usually use in tournaments. But we saw a little bit of that Cinderace last series, as well as Greninja. Greninja didn't pan out as well, but the Cinderace was able to secure a victory there. So I'll take it as a win, even if they didn't make it past it. But any Pokemon we haven't seen in the tournament so far that might make a splash onto the scene. I mean, obviously Cerulege we haven't seen yet, so maybe that could be it. But any other ones we might be looking forward to? What about let's start with Cobb.
Well, my vote is still to see an Inteleon. We haven't seen one yet. One of my favorite pokes, for sure. And honestly, if they did drop the Gengar here, I would be super excited. We were actually talking about it in the break room earlier about the skill expression that Gengar takes, and how there's this threshold between how well it can take over in solo queue games against newer players versus, experienced players understand how to avoid its moves so that it doesn't one-shot your entire backline, which it's so good at doing. But yeah, if somebody brought a competitive Gengar to this tournament in this semifinal, I would be absolutely hype about that.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Gengar's one of those Pokemon where it's kind of like if you don't really know how it works, you just don't know how to play around it, right? And so it's not a very linear Pokemon like let's say like an Urshifu, like you see it coming at you, you know it's going to be doing some damage as it's running towards you as well. Draku, no Decidueye so far, but any thoughts on if it's going to make an appearance, or maybe some other attackers coming out?
Unfortunately, I think the only Decidueye that's going to make an appearance on the stream might be this one. But there is one player who does love some Decidueye, does love a lot of bird type Pokemon or flying type Pokemon. Of course, Decidueye is not a flying type Pokemon, but Hyo on Ducky Loco, who's on the other side of the semifinals, if they do make it to the grand finals or the winners finals, possibly. I know he does love to play a lot of bird type Pokemon, but there are a lot of birds that are really strong in the metagame right now. We think about Blaziken, Cramorant, Decidueye. You don't see it all too often, but just to answer your question from before, Talonflame is a character that got some tune-ups. It wasn't significant, not to its primary damaging abilities, but some tune-ups to the damage of Flame Charge. It also got an increase to the speed it gets from its passive ability Gale Wing. So Talonflame, we don't see it a whole lot, but it did get some tune-ups. So maybe we might see it. Maybe some teams might be playing with it. It's just another one of those speedsters that isn't picked all too often, but as we've seen, or as we know, with like Gengar and Rework Respawn, a gutter pick like a Talonflame or a surprise pick like a Talonflame could definitely come to their benefit.
Yeah, we've seen quite a few of these buff Pokemon from this recent Shadow Flame patch actually be used so far, but Talonflame is one of them that we haven't seen yet. My personal favorite Pokemon all time, Gyarados, we haven't seen, so we'll see how that goes. But we're getting into the bans in the draft, so I'll leave it to you two to cover this. But yeah, good luck. This should be a fun series.
Thank you so much, Caleb. Pretty conservative start. Unfortunately, the only team that we've seen Ceruledge, quote-unquote, on a broadcast. I was looking over at Muck's stream, and he was playing some Ceruledge, as Ekins is going to ban out the Ceruledge and also that Cramorant. Sobi's going to be picking up her ace, which is this Sylveon, and of course, CSE can't stop him filling in for Elmo Girl for this team's roster. Is going to be picking up that Slowbro.
Yeah, and speaking of birds, the Cram band here, as well as the Blaziken, chickens are birds, right? That
yes.
counts? Yeah, for sure. Hitman coming in with this Hoopa. We have seen a Hoopa in almost every team comp this tournament so far. It is such a versatile and useful supporter, being able to add mobility to the team no matter where it goes. And it looks like Alabrigi coming in on this A9. I love an A9, especially if it's that Blizzard Avalanche build. The CC is so strong. And is able to stop a lot of the all-rounders. I literally was talking to somebody recently about how useful A-Knight is against this all-rounder meta.
Yeah, we don't see a single all-rounder on the side of Ekins, but they are going to bring out Greninja. I do know Muck is a fairly proficient Greninja player. He was the carry for one of the bot lane carry for Team YT and for a couple of other pickup teams with friends. He has now since filled in the defender position, but of course CSE is filling in that spot for this roster. He has now retained that jungle carry position, but Greninja, we saw this from Team GoGo a couple of sets ago. It unfortunately was not as impactful. We'll see how well Muck is able to maneuver this character for this team.
Absolutely. I'm excited to see the difference here in play style between this Greninja and the Greninja we saw earlier. I have not actually watched a lot of Muck's Greninja, so that is exciting for me to see. And it looks like Benzo here coming in, securing the Charizard, which I think is a solid pick. I was a little worried that Ekins didn't have any sort of like bulk or heavy hitter for a front line outside of that Slowbro, but Charizard, we predicted at the top of this tournament, might be making an appearance, and here it is once again, as well as Jonah M96 on Rework Respawn coming in with that Aegislash. Both last picks, all-rounder meta, baby.
Yeah, comes that Charizard once again. We haven't seen a whole lot of Charizard be so impactful, but of course, the last time we saw Charizard being selected, there was a Slowbro on the other side. Well, this time there is a Slowbro on the same side as the Charizard. So it really all depends on how fast this Charizard is able to get access to that Unite move. There's at least two characters that really does not want to see a Unite move getting hit on them. It is that Alola Ninetales and the Espeon. I think these two characters, Greninja and Charizard, they hardly ever see the light of day in the metagame of Pokemon Unite. It's such an interesting place to see such a high caliber tournament and these characters coming out in the metagame. It's a cool place to be. I'd say, Cobb.
Yeah, I would say it's the perfect place to be. We're so close to Worlds, and a tournament like this is a great place to experiment right before you get there, right? Like
Mhm.
you have the opportunity of a new patch, you have the opportunity of this space to experiment and play and try new team comps, and if they don't work, then that's fine. You can go back to the drawing board. And speaking of drawing board, we're about to get this game started here. Drawing it out, we've got the Rework Respawn, your purple team, E-Kittens, your orange team, as we go into game one of this semifinal match. Rework Respawn got the Aegislash in the jungle as well as the Charmander in the jungle for E-Kittens, but looking like that Eldegoss is going to come help clear that out faster.
Yeah, definitely unconventional placements with some of these characters. As we do see an Alola Ninetales in the top path, which typically you see an all-rounder carry or a defender carry in that top path. Muck is also going to be heading up there as well. There is an Invader. Hitman's going to try to get an early KO, an early hit on the momentum of Ekins as it forced the Charmander away from that blue buff. They're here by themselves, but once again, Hitman doing a very fantastic job at just being a distraction. Blue buff still remaining on the side of E-Kittens, but did retain a lot of resources as a lot of team members had to respawn against this lowly invader.
Yeah, you saw all four of E-Kittens moving into that jungle to stop the Hoopa invade there, which is exactly what the Hoopa wants to do. Whether it gets the early buffs or not, its goal is to waste time, and it is doing that so well. As we move into the top lane here, Aegislash coming in, diving onto this Eldegoss, this Ninetales joining in. We finally have a Ninetales here at 8:45, which is great. Going to be able to push that top lane pretty aggressively. Oh, and Sylveon goes down in the bottom lane for E-Kittens.
Yeah, still a lot of evolutions represented here in game number one. You know, I feel like all the evolutions have gotten some toned down, particularly the attacker type evolutions. Maybe not so much Umbreon, but Muck just a little bit too shy on this goal zone, is not able to get the register to score. Unfortunately, the Hoopa comes to that Hoopa hyperspace portal, and unfortunately not able to get those 18 points in.
It's Pokemon Unite. You can't be that tentative, Muck, but I appreciate the effort. That was a solid try. But a great example, like we talked about earlier, of that Hoopa being able to port the team up early to stop Muck scoring. Such a useful tool. And the Hoopa's goal really, well, the team's goal for Rework Respawn, keep those tier 1 goals up as much as possible. Umbreon diving in here on this Eldegoss. Everybody going to take the portal back except for the A9 and reset as they continue to probably push this top goal. Charizard on E-Kitten side moving into the center lane here as we are about to have the 720B spawn. Slowbro holding the bottom lane pretty securely with Sylveon. It looks like we only have 59 points here for Rework Respawn, 0 for E-Kitten. So both teams pretty even right now.
I think one thing that we haven't talked about just yet is Eakin's team composition is mostly in a mid-range position, right? You don't have many long-range attackers, mages in the back, and what is a character that really loves to engage in the mid-range? It's that Umbreon, right? So I feel like this mean look is going to do so much value for Rework Respawn. It's already gotten a couple of KOs. We saw Sobi getting KO'd earlier on, and of course this Alola Ninetales applies a lot of pressure in that mid-range as well. So little concern here for E-Kittens as these characters start to scale, especially this Alola Ninetales right next to this Umbreon.
Yeah, I completely agree. That's a solid point. And we have a Reggie Ice spawning in the bottom lane, as well as a Reggie Lucky in the top lane. Hoopa going to open up that portal, get everybody down to the bottom to secure this Reggie Ice, and they do. Eldegoss tries its best, but doesn't succeed. E-Kitten's coming in to defend this bottom tier 1 goal here. Umbreon having to get out. Umbreon it's a Wish Umbreon on top of the Hoopa portal. That is a lot of healing for Rework Respawn.
Yeah, I do believe that the Charizard has a Cursed Bangle as well. Don't know if that one Bangle is enough to stop the healing that comes with, you know, the Hoopa portal just sending a whole character back to the main and then back on the field. And that Wish is such a powerful utility tool, especially if they do have stacks. I don't believe Kira is stacking on the Umbreon, but nonetheless, it is still a huge tool to have. I think they used their Unite move directly into the portal. I don't know if that is the best utility of that Unite move, but nonetheless, they are able to make it back alive. Aegislash able to take away now 2 objectives using that Shadow Claw and the boosted auto to secure the Regieleki in the top path.
That was the flashiest Umbreon ult I've ever seen. Like, what an amazing exit.
What an exit.
Yeah, what an exit indeed. Yeah, I will say I definitely clocked the Aegislash and the Ninetales on Rework Respawn side having the Cursed Incense and the Cursed Bangle. So they've got a clear answer to this Eldegoss here. E-Kittens, yeah, like you said, I don't know if that Charizard's going to be enough, but Hoopa trying to get out of here alive as E-Kittens defends their bottom tier goal here. Umbreon's still trying to make some pressure happen, and Hoopa tier 1 goals for Rework Respawn are both still up to their advantage, and Rework Respawn's lost both their tier 1s. 201 points for Respawn, 0 for E-Kittens.
Yeah, this is looking like a landslide game so far for Rework Respawn, and I feel like it's been a fairly quiet game. Hasn't it, Cop? I feel like there hasn't been a whole lot of team fighting. There maybe have been smaller 2-on-2 or 2-on-3 engagements, but this might be the first time where we see a full 5v5 engagement. The Hoopa, though, is in the top path. They're going to spend some time to maybe go through that portal to head down to the bottom path, but they're just hanging out there in what I believe is that small L bush, and they're going to forego this Reggie Ice, melt that with the fire of the shadowy flames from this Charizard, and they might go for a push here, but again, fairly conservative first half of the game. Let's go ahead and take a look at the board state. It heads to 4 minutes of the game left. 201 again to 0 on the side of E-Kittens. Level 10s on the side of E-Kittens. Level 11s on the side of Rework Respawn. And one thing to pay attention to, though, is there's no goal zones, the first tier goal zones on the side of E-Kittens. So they can still stay in this game because they get Indeedis, whereas Rework Respawn does not.
Yeah, it's level 10s, 10s, 10s across the board for E-Kittens for sure. And it looks like they Rework Respawn just kind of let them take that bottom Reggie and said, you know what, it's fine. We'd rather defend the bottom tier 1 goal once you get that buff and then port everyone up to the Regieleki if it spawns in time. And I think that paid off for them, right? The patience is proving to be very useful. They don't need to be hyper aggressive here. They just need to sort of find their advantage. Greninja coming in with that Unite, but Hoopa also dropping Unite as well. Sylveon Unite coming in too. Here is our first big skirmish that we have been asking for and waiting for, and so far, Aegislash goes down for Rework Respawn, and Eldegoss trying to get out in time. The Espeon Unite comes in too, and there goes Sylveon. That's 2 down for E-Kittens, as Rework Respawn might aim to take this Regieleki unless this Charizard burns everyone to the ground.
You hate to see that thing happen. Charizard is able to get their Unite move off on the Umbreon, but put in a mean look, put in jail, and sees it slip out of their fiery fingers. The Umbreon's able to escape back to the tier 1 goal zone. I feel like a lot of resources were handed on the side of E-Kittens. They used their Slowbro Unite move. They were able to KO the Aegislash. They traded Muck for that. They tried to use that Charizard Unite move and was not able to get anything out of that. And really, Rework Respawn, all they need to do is continually hold their position, right? They send 3 to 4 team members down to this bottom path. Hoopa stays up in the top path to defend that tier 1 goal zone. And E-Kittens has continually now taken this bottom Reggie, all right? 2 Reggies going, or 1 Reggie going over to the side of Rework Respawn. They're not gonna break this tier 2 goal zone wide open. They're going to trade their tier 1 goal zone. Finally, first points on the board for E-Kittens. And now Rework Respawn has forced E-Kittens into a Rayquaza win condition.
Yeah, and I think that is the solid strategy here for Rework Respawn. We saw it again. The Reggie spawns, they let them take it. They dunked the 90 in the back cap. And E-Kittens, knowing that they've got to take this Ray, already starting to hit it pretty hard here. This Umbreon might go down. Charizard Unite drops the Umbreon. That is 1 down for Rework Respawn. Hoopa opens the portal, drops its Unite as well. And Espeon down for Rework Respawn. E-Kitten might be able to come back here if they can continue the pressure on this team fight. Rayquaza's at half right now. Oh, a third, and Aegislash. Slow, bro! Slow me for the Aegislash, and E-Kittens takes it!
And the chat is able to pull that one away, and E-Kittens finds themselves climbing this mountain with heavy steed. Tier 2 goal zone coming down. Tier 1 goal zone still looking strong, but it looks like they're able to fend off this Hoopa as the Eldegoss, the hero of this game, at least the secure of the Rayquaza, able to break that one. 1 minute left. Rework Respawn has about 200 points they need to climb.
That was an absolutely amazing play from E-Kittens. Let's see if they can hold their position here with this 1 minute left. Greninja losing its shield against this Aegislash and goes down on a 30-second timer. It is going to be basically out of this game as E-Kittens tries to farm up what they can to get these Unite back in order to defend these this bottom tier 2 goal. Rework Respawn needing to rally, chasing this Espeon down. It still has a Ray shield with 35 points left. Is it going to be able to dunk in the home base?
I believe so. Sylveon is quite
fast with an X speed. Definitely, they're gonna go ahead and score another 70 points to really cement their lead. 633 to 351. The Aegis is gonna try to score here on the tier 2. Is gonna be stopped by none other than Can't Stop 'em. Definitely saying their name as they stop that tier 3 score. And E Kittens is going to be going up here 1-0 in this best of 3 set in the semis.
Congratulations, E Kittens. That was such a great play for them. You know what? We've been talking about patience this entire time. We were talking about patience at a Rework Respawn and how they were engaging and not engaging, really not needing to pressure too much. But I think E Kittens also said, you know what? We're going to wait, and we know we have to take the Ray, and we can do it. We've got the way that we do it. We know we need to hit that slow beam, and they pulled it out. It was such a great team fight there at the end.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at their team composition, right? Rework Respawn, their team is very susceptible to Unite moves that lock down a single character, right? I feel like Banzo was able to find that Unite move on the Charizard. I think it was on a weakened Umbreon, right? It wasn't like the prime target of KOing like the Espeon or the Alola Ninetales, but still able to KO the only frontliner on the side of Rework Respawn was so advantageous. Getting that KO opened the floodgates wide open to get the KO on the Espeon, and I believe on the Alola Ninetales as well. Of course, that slow beam, it could really land on anybody, but landing on the only really solid frontliner on their team in that Aegis Slash was perfection. So they found the Unite move on the Umbreon, they found that slow beam on the Aegis Slash, and everything fell like dominoes.
Yeah, absolutely. My goodness. Let's see, we're going to go do some recap here. This Greninja Unite coming in. And here's the thing. This was one of the first big team fights we had. And the Hoopa stun is super, super useful because Rework Respawn had so much CC on their side. We see that in the Espeon Unite. We see that in the Ninetales. We see that in the Hoopa Unite, the Umbreon Mean Look we saw, which trapped that Charizard in its Unite move, unfortunately. But at the end of the day, yeah, right here, yeah. So there's the Umbreon going down to the Charizard ult, Espeon ult coming in here, and throwing ults left and right, but E-Kittens being very careful with who they're attacking, when, and where. And there it is, that Slowbro ult coming in to stop the Aegis Slash. Expertly played by E-Kittens for sure.
Yeah, what an incredible team fight from them. I mean, we didn't see a whole lot of team fighting that one game, but I think this is kind of a paying ode to the first set of the evening that we saw that Caleb and I casted was the power of Slowbro, right? I mean, we saw the slow beam come out quite late in that team fight, but it was also just the threat of the slow beam in general, right? I feel like Rework Respawn, they knew that Aegis Slash was most likely the prime target for the slow beam on the side of E-Kittens, and so they have to play fairly conservatively, and unfortunately a lot of the damage went into that Umbreon. We saw the Umbreon go down. The Espeon, very powerful Unite move, but doesn't even matter if the Charizard, of course, is flying directly above it. And once Charizard is in that state above it, there aren't many moves that can catch the Charizard. And, well, Espeon's Unite move is not one of those.
Yeah, yep, it's not. So let's see how E-Kittens and Rework Respawn are going to pivot here for this game, too. We see the Mimikyu Unite coming in already, as well as the Cram Unite, which we saw in the last game. So clearly not wanting these two Pokemon on the board at all. And Umbreon, Rework Respawn ban coming in, which I think is a solid pick. That Mean Look is just so powerful. Let's see what E-Kittens ends up banning here for their last pick. It's going to be double birds. We're back to the birds.
Birds are just so good. Clearly, that means, right? If these two birds are banned, it means that Decidueye must come out here, right?
Absolutely.
Charizard is going to be the first pick option for Rework Respawn. You can see with those held items, right? Of course, we don't know if this is going to be the ultimate pilot of this Charizard, but you see that energy amplifier plus that buddy barrier. So this is most likely going to be in the central area, trying to get level 9 as quickly as possible. It's hard to tell, right? Because you're trying to get to level 9 with this Charizard, but you have those attack weights, right? And so you want to try to get as many attack weights as you can, but you also want to try to get to level 9. So it's hard to say where this Charizard ends up, but level 9 is really going to be the benchmark moment where Rework Respawn is trying to play into.
Yeah, I think that's one of the hardest parts about playing an all-rounder. I know when I was in my T-Tar phase, the balance between the attack weight and the leveling is always it's a game that you have to play. Like, do I go in?
Yeah.
Do I feed them to get the stacks, or do I just continue leveling? Can't stop them back on the slow bro. SB on the Espeon as well, and Ama covering over this Greninja. It worked last time. Let's see if they end up going with it again. But Hitman back on the Hoopa, and yes, there it is. Amok confirming the Greninja this time around, and the Chad TTV on a Blissey.
Yeah, looking at this Charizard, this is a very good composition for Ekins to play against the Charizard. Of course, the Greninja does not want to see a Charizard Unite move landed on it, but all these other characters, right? Of course, Sylveon is still an attacker, but it has that invincibility frame Unite move, so even if it does get United, it can still go into that Unite move, waste some of the time of the Charizard while also building a shield for itself. Right, and so Charizard really needs to be selective on who it's uniting. Let's see who's going to be the gutter 10th pick option for Banzo, and it looks like they're going to be picking up an Absol here. Absol, another speedster we don't see all too often, but it is picking up in usage. It got a couple of buffs, not too heavy buffs, kind of like Talonflame in this most recent patch, but it is seeing some higher play usage. We also see the Chandelure on the side of Rework Respawn, another character that got some tune-ups as well. So love to see these teams really bringing out these new characters to try them out, see if they're viable in the current metagame.
Yeah, for E-Kittens here, things feel a little bit squishy, but also high damage between the Greninja and the Absol for sure.
Yeah.
I don't know if that Blissey is going to be able to support the entire team in that way, because that Bliss Assistance doesn't really have a large, heavy, bulky target to land on like you want out of a defender or an all-rounder. Whereas if we look at Rework Respawn, this Trev, the sustain on it, and the Charizard as well, going to be able to tank a lot of damage coming from E-Kitten. So I think an early Absol lane gank is going to be really important. Where does the Absol go? Who does it dive? And how fast can they find momentum in this game is going to be critical for E-Kittens.
Yeah, I think one thing about Ekin's composition with that Slowbro, Greninja, and Absol are they're going to be very patient with their engages, but when we do see their engages, they are going to be explosive, especially with these two characters. So do anticipate kind of a slower game for Ekin's all of a sudden just ramp up to 150% when these two characters start to use their Unite move.
Yep, and here we go. We're going into game 2. Rework Respawn, your purple team, versus E-Kittens, your second team. As we got the Chandelure moving into the jungle for Rework Respawn. And as we see that Absol in the jungle, one of the classic early junglers for Pokemon Unite. It's so fascinating to see it here in a competitive sense. E-Kittens, Blissey joining in to help get those levels in early, get that clear faster. And Chandelure going to take its time in the jungle there for Rework Respawn.
Yeah, kind of a slower clear. Neither team has really any characters that will invade in the earlier parts of the game, so no level 4 ganks at this time. A clear 2v2 matchup here in the top path between Greninja once again on the top path for Muck on E-Kittens, and this Charizard is up here as well. Don't know if they got any stacks with that 0 on the board for Rework Respawn. Looks like they're going to have to find their attack rate stacks a little later on in the game. Absol in the top path here is going to see if they can try to close out on Hitman's, forced to use that X speed back over to the left side, and it looks like E-Kittens are kind of burned going into the first set of birds.
Yeah, not really the Absol not really finding a way to take down the Hoopa there, as the jungler for Rework Respawn, the Chandelure, also joining in that top lane. Slowbro holding down the bot. There's Charmander goes down for Rework Respawn as Absol dives the lane, chasing the Chandelure into the Flux Zone. Gonna be able to take it down as well. Wow, what a play. We have 4 on top for E-Kittens, and now dunking as many points as they want, stacking this Greninja up as well. As solid play for E-Kittens.
Yeah, they give up a lot of utility there in this tier 1 goal zone. 62 to 30, and it looks like the Absol is also heading into the central area as well, as many speedsters love to do. Absol is a very good character for this kind of wandering phase. Got to be very careful, though, so the Hoopa is getting vision, and they're not going to be able to retreat back over to the right side or get a berry to be there for these central area birds, and it looks like both teams are kind of late to the party as well. 1v1 between the Sylveon and the Hoopa. They're going to see the Hoopa disappear right through the Hoopa hyperspace portal. And kind of a smaller team fight engagement in the central area, as we do see a couple of members going down here, tree being chopped at the roots, and lots of E-Kittens here in presence, heading down to this bottom path, Kyle.
Yeah, and this Absol patrolling that jungle, but Chandler are able to take it down for sure. E-Kittens really was holding that central area of their own. Chandler's going to be able to clean up the rest of this Altaria, though, as Sylveon trying to take down the Hoopa before it ports away, and it's not able to once again, as E-Kittens moves back down to their bottom tier 1 goal. And we have the 720 Altaria spawning too. Who is going to be able to take this? It looks like the team fight is really happening here in the bottom lane, 4v4, while Charizard and Amok on that Greninja holding the top lane together. Neither side really finding any sort of like big push. 79 points to 74 points, but there we go. Greninja drops the Charizard, and Hoopa says, nope, everybody up here quick.
Yeah, and Muck was able to win the 1v1 engagement. 2 members for Rework Respawn is up there to defend that top tier 1 goal zone. So Muck really having a strong presence in that top path, at least enough to bring a couple of members up there. As we do see with that notification, Muck able to get another KO on the Hoopa, so he'll be getting a KO on the Trevenant as well. Forced back over to the right side, kind of a slower clear on this Regirock, but Vanza's going to come here with the secure from the Absol. Now their eyes are set. This tier 1 goal zone. Hoopa's going to use that Phantom Force to disrupt some scores going in. They're going to reset the Hoopa hyperspace hole. Kira with their ace on this Trevenant, one of the best Trevenants in the world, especially for Latam North, is going to try to defend this goal zone. Not strong enough, as Eakin's able to close this one out. And they're going to watch that Trevenant go back through the portal and take all of their spoils and head back over to the right side.
Yeah, and this is one of those moments where E-Kittens can't be greedy, right? Benzo able to dunk exactly 40 in that bottom tier goal, but it doesn't really matter. The overdunk is less important than closing the goal to slow the momentum of the Hoopa down for sure. Rework Respawn moving in on this Regieleki, trying to burn it down fast before the rest of E-Kittens can get up here. Sylveon still in that jungle, and Slowbro in that bottom lane. Looks like they might be able to take it in time, and they do. Chandler secures the Regieleki for Rework Respawn as it starts to head towards this tier 1 goal, and a Charizard Unite from Rework Respawn drops down, as well as an Absolute Unite, and Charizard's going to run these other Pokemon down, trying to get what KOs it can, but not really going to take that much.
A huge Psyshock was able to save that Charizard. And Psyshock is not the easiest ability to land. Here comes a Slow Beam, find itself on the Charizard. We've seen this all day long. Of course, it wasn't stopping that Unite move from before. And huge plays by this Espeon player. Does it once again. Able to hit Muck 2 for 2. Getting a stun to save the Charizard. Didn't even matter then. But getting the KO on the Greninja is going to fell E-Kin's momentum on this tier 1 goals. And now Rework Respawn here to respond.
Reggie said Icy right through this illusion and sniped Muck down, leaving only the clones left. What an amazing shot there from Reggie. As Hoopa trying to get out of here as well before the Absol takes it down. Not going to be able to make it and falls to the Absol. As we have 6 seconds as the bottom Regieleki is going to spawn here. E-Kittens having both their tier 1 goals up with 135 points on board, 79 for Rework Respawn. Levels are looking pretty even, I'd say. Just the level 8 Trev there for Rework Respawn is a little bit behind. But E-Kittens might burn this Reggie Ice down before anybody even gets to it. And they do. A-Buck and the Sylveon here able to clear the Reggie Ice.
All right, again, a character that's been fairly quiet throughout this tournament, again, is this Charizard. It goes into that Unite move once again. They're going to use the Unite move on the Slow Beam. Of course, it's a fairly quick Unite move charge. Eakin's going to score quite heavily on this tier 2 goal zone. Here comes the Blissey with the Egg Bomb. Able to stop the Charizard at least with a couple of autos to stop it continuously. And Blissey, unfortunately, got to be very careful as they do get cooked this top path by both the Chandelure and the Charizard. Here comes Sobi, going to use that Unite move to jump right over that tall grass, going into a 2v1 situation, and finds themselves maybe a 2-hit KO, as once again Reggie has their eyes set on Muck. Unfortunately does miss, but here comes the Hoopa Unite move going into that unbound state. Trevenant is going to be putting Muck underneath the roots as they do get that KO there. Sobi going in deep, gets a KO on the Charizard, unfortunately trading that experience back over to the left side. And it's really been a tale of two cities in this top half, continuously trading KOs, but no teams gaining position.
Yeah, the Reggie like he is halfway here. As you said, we've seen both teams back and forth. And it looks like the Chandler are going to burn the Unite just to clear the Reggie. Like it's a decent time to do it. You got a minute left before the Ray spawn. And Hoopa opens that portal and it says, everybody go home. We did a good job. We got the Lucky. We can head out now. Espeon getting a 50 in the bottom here for Rework Respawn, bumping them up to 186. E-Kittens on 210 right now, closing the gap in this score as we get closer to Rayquaza. Team fight still happening. Hoopa trying to get out again, not gonna make it. This Absol has a vendetta against this Hoopa.
Yeah, huge pursuit again is an ability that is able to lock in with that auto attack range on anybody who's in that circle. Of course, we can't see it on our side, but we got 20 seconds and E-Kittens is ahead right now. They should know they are ahead. Quite a significant lead as well. Not a 100-point lead. They're going to take a peek at what the Southern Red area. Egan's on the precipice of winning and moving on to the winners finals. Hoopa is going to peek through that pixel bush in the tall grass to find two characters. I think everyone on the side of E-Kittens is seen. You can see the all-rounder positioning in the top path, the top right L bush where that Charizard is, trying to find where Muck is, trying to find the ideal target, but it looks like they're going to go for a back cap again. Because that Hoopa is on their side of the field, they can go for plays like this. We might see an unbound Hoopa coming in rather quickly. And they are going to take the long way around as the Hoopa's coming back on the fray. Here comes the Phantom Forest, finds itself onto two characters. Unbound state by the Hoopa. Lots of Unite moves coming in. They're going to reset back over through that Hoopa hyperspace hole. Sobi super deep in, trying to find the KO there. Unfortunately, first one going down, I believe, is the Chad on their Blissey. Two members down on the side of Rework Respawn, and a huge scramble here. Can they make it through the train? And it looks like they are not able to make it through the Hoopa hyperspace hole, and E-Kittens now on the precipice of winning game number 2, Cop.
Only Hoopa left here. Can the Hoopa get this Rayquaza in time? Absol Unite coming in as E-Kittens tries to burn the Rayquaza as fast as possible. They cannot let this Hoopa take it, and Slowbro secures the Rayquaza. E-Kittens is able to take it and hopefully going to be able to get in these points with this Ray Shield. That was a super close fight. I feel like Rework Respawn's really had a strategy there, having the back cap on the Charizard. But Charizard Unite comes in trying to break these shields from E-Kittens. Not going to be enough. We have 460 points to 286, 36 seconds left. Blissey, still 49 points, and his shield's going to walk on out and say, you know what, I might come back and dunk later if you're still here or not.
Yeah, unfortunately, I just don't believe that Charizard, in the current state that it's in, is just viable as a first pick option. Every time we've seen Charizard being selected in the first or second parts of the draft, and what does the enemy team do? They pick a Slowbro, right? Or they pick something that can isolate that Charizard or make that Charizard Unite move basically ineffective, invaluable to the team. All right, and a couple of members I do want to shout out. Reggie on this Espeon was absolutely stellar this entire set. All right, I feel like Muck really wanted to try to make an impact with that Water Shuriken, applying a lot of pressure in that mid-range. And those two abilities are not easy to use because they are, again, skill shot abilities. But I found every time Reggie was in the spotlight on broadcast, there were only a few misses, but every time this Espeon was able to land one of those side shocks, they were so impactful.
Yeah, absolutely. Solid play from Reggie. I think can't stop him as well in this Slowbro. An amazing defender. Slowbro, a classic defender and always a solid strategy, but can't stop him proved multiple times that not only can they hold the goal down, they know exactly who their target is for those slow beams. And that sort of teamwork and coordination is how you win games.
Yeah, massive play though by E-Kittens, truly. I mean, pulling out a Greninja, pulling out an Absol, again, characters that have some sort of unconventional aspect to them. All right, you might have like some of the strongest players, some of the strongest characters on your team, but sometimes when you bring these aces, they can really throw a wrench in the enemy team and don't really know how to respond, right? They're pretty familiar with playing against like Slowbro, Blaziken, or maybe a Mimikyu, but you throw in a Greninja, you throw in an Absol, sometimes you put in both. It's a beauty to see.
Yeah, you got to keep them guessing, you know? That's my theory, especially when I'm in solo queue. You're not expecting it, right? That always secures me the wins.
Yeah,
But yeah,
everything definitely going in the way of Ekins. And this has been a stellar tournament so far, Koff. Such a great diversity of Pokemon selected. We've seen Machamp in the earlier parts of the game. We're seeing an Absol, we're seeing Charizard, we're seeing Greninja, we're seeing Cinderace, so many
Water
different
Bear,
characters.
Water Bear.
Water Bear. Can't forget about the Water
Can't
Bear.
wa-
Water
yeah.
Bear's coming in. Always got to give a shout. But we got one more set for you sitting at home for the North American qualifiers for the Unite Battle Hub Elite Tour. Do not go anywhere. We got one more set to go, everybody.
Yes, we do. I'm super excited to see it. I will say one of the things that I think is interesting about the arc of this tournament that we've seen so far is the early counter jungles that we saw from teams in order to move through the first round or two. And now we're seeing, especially in these early round 1, round 2, less aggressive strategies. To people staying in lane, running their jungle, getting that farm in order to get to that mid to late game. It's wildly different in a way that really excites me.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a look at the bracket really quickly here. It looks like Nemesis is going to be in our final 2. So your final for today's qualifiers for North America is going to be Fluffy Nemesis going up against Dark E Kittens. Do not go anywhere. This is an electric end to a fantastic tournament today. Do not go anywhere, anybody.
Welcome back, everyone. Thank you so much for sticking around. We are moving into the final round of the Unite Battle Hub Elite Tour. This is super exciting. 19 teams have clawed their way to the top of this tournament tonight, and we are about to see Fluffy Nemesis and Dark E Kittens in this finals. I am so excited. I'm here with my co-casters, Caleb and Draco as well. Gentlemen, welcome back. What are you looking forward to in this final round?
Yeah, this is like a David and Goliath situation, right? Eat Kittens, definitely the underdogs, not only in the most recent matchup, in the one we just saw against Rework Respawn against a Worlds Qualified team, but going against another Worlds Qualified team in Fluffy Nemesis. And I don't know, Dark Kittens look pretty good, right? They went 2-0 in that one. They've been actually Dark Kittens hasn't even dropped a single game yet. 2-0 across the board. But they got their work cut out for themselves in the finals.
Absolutely. Draco, what do you think?
It's hard to say, right? Eakins, like Kayla was saying, is definitely going to be the underdog in this game series, right? David and Goliath's story, but at least for one of them, they have slain the Goliath, and now they have found a second one standing in front of them. So they need to dig deep once again. And I feel like between these two teams, I feel like Nemesis does have a higher chance of winning because I'm pretty sure these players know each other a lot more than, say, for example, Rework Respawn going up against Eakins, right? This is a Latam North team going against a North American team. Now we have a North American team showdown between two.
And that actually excites me a lot. I love it when both teams have done their homework because it means you see that research and you see that homework come in the bans, and you see that in how the team comps are being put together in the ban phase. And speaking of, we're going to move into this ban phase here for Fluffy Nemesis and E-Kittens for the round one picks. Look like Trader LGC going to be hovering over a few options. And let's see what the bans are going to be for both teams. Ban number one, Slowbro, right out the gate.
Yeah, Slowbro's looking really good. Can't Stop Him was running that Slowbro real well, and kind of some game-saving moments, especially in that first game when that Aegis Slash could not secure that Rayquaza because it was just completely CC'd by that Slowbro. So definitely a good ban just in general in this format, but a good respect ban too to Can't Stop Him.
Absolutely, and we see Rex coming in banning that Umbreon, double defender ban for Fluffy Nemesis, and once again, E-Kittens taking out the Cram and the Blaziken. They really have something against these birds.
Yeah, clearly. I mean, there's a couple of reasons why, specifically for Nemesis, right? And so Cramorant, or Yeetfan, was one of the first pioneers for Cramorant before even Cramorant was buffed. This was the character that Yeetfan has been playing the most this UCS season, and of course now a lot of other players are taking suits. Yeetfan was definitely one of the pilots, and Blaziken still a very consistent ban. Sobi is going to be picking up that Sylveon once again. Metallic is picking up this Charizard. I don't know if Metallic has a whole lot of Charizard experience. Of course, they do play a lot of Serena, Blaziken, characters that I would say have a lower or a higher skill ceiling than Charizard. I'm sure Metallic can make it work here. And one of the things that we've noticed throughout the last couple of games is Charizard being picked first, but Slowbro is also banned by the side of Fluffy Nemesis. So we'll see how Eakins decides to respond against this dragon now on the field.
Yeah, they're definitely going to need something to lock this down for sure. But, you know, Slowbro, actually a great ban, not only the Slowbro ban, but the Umbreon ban as well, right? I mean, getting rid of that mean look option as well as a secondary way to lock down that Charizard. But actually a really smart draft from Fluffy Nemesis to start things off. And this is the first time we're seeing them on the broadcast too, so we don't even know how the other games went for them. But we see a pickup of the Leafeon and the Snorlax on the side of Eakins too. Snorlax, definitely a great interrupter in a lot of team fights too. One of the OG supports of Pokemon Unite. I think it's going to be piloted by Can't Stop Him in this upcoming game. And Trainer LGC picking up that Mimikyu, and looks like they're looking for a final support pick for Fluffy Nemesis. And Hoopa, no better to support than that.
Absolutely no better. We've seen Hoopa in almost every game on this stream tonight, and it has proven itself to be quite viable. Oh my goodness.
Don't do it. Don't do this. Don't tease me like this. My favorite Pokemon of all time.
And there it is.
Oh, wow. Let's do it. All right. We get the Gyarados as a final pick, too. No Absol this game from Banzo, but hey, Gyarados can do a lot of things Absol does, too, right? Maybe just not in the early levels.
No, Eakin's entire strategy now likely going to be around getting this Gyarados to evolve. It's such a, if you can get it, you can get it, and if you get it in the first, like, I'd say 2 minutes is the window that I'd say you really want to get that Magikarp evolving into a Gyarados. But it is a team effort.
Definitely.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, looking at this Eakin's team, I was having this thought before this 10th pick option, this Gyarados. Like, this is such a strong early game team. Like, what is going to round out this team? Well, think about something that scales really strongly later on into the game. Well, this Gyarados is a beautiful pick for this 10th pick option. Right, and so what we can expect to see is this Gyarados is going to be in the top path. We might see 4 members of Eakins in the top path just to support this Magikarp, because again, it has a lot of shortcomings in the earlier parts of the game. Well, how do you supplement that? Get some early game characters.
Yeah, get some early game KOs, get some early game dunks for sure. And if you can get there, the thing that I love about the Gyarados is that it has sort of the same dive as the Absol does, which we've seen Banzo play so well, right? Especially if it goes into that bounce kit for sure. So let's see if they can do it. We are going into game 1, gentlemen.
All right, here we go. And, speaking of what Cop was saying, similar die potential as Absol, but I feel like a slightly bulkier too, so might be able to withstand some of that damage from the Charizard, especially with so few things to lock that Charizard down. So could be a good pick, but we'll see. If you're stuck as a Magikarp for like the first half of the game, it could go downhill real quick for them. But if you get it going, then it could be quite nice. But like you all said, 2 minutes is probably a good reasonable time frame to get that Gyarados evolved.
I feel like a fun game to play at the game corner in Celadon City is an over-under of when the Magikarp becomes a Gyarados. Of course, that Leafeon is going to make it a lot easier as they are hovering kind of in this top part of the map, as you can see on the minimap right there. So in this bottom path is going to be, once again, that Mystical Fire Sylveon. This is a Razor Leaf Leafeon. Not only is Leafeon just a really strong character in general, but it's also taking away one of the aces for Fluffy Nemesis. Trainer LGC is arguably one of the best Leafeon players in the world. Not only do you pick a really strong character, but you're preventing one of the best characters or players from having it themselves. Huge engagement here over these 850 birds. Can't really tell who that went over to. As you can see with Banzo, still about 60% on their effort gauge, and Muck is going to grab that Salic Berry. It's getting vision against Rex on this Hoopa, deciding to go into the central area, maybe, but Banzo here trying to do their best to become that big dragon floating above Thea Sky Ruins in hopefully a couple minutes.
Yeah, definitely. Looking like that 2-minute mark might be just about right. As you see, 7 points in, as you see this Magikarp slowly inching towards that evolution, but as it's inching away, you see the Mimikyu just hop right on top of it too, doing a ton of damage to Banzo. Banzo actually getting kind of aggressive with the Magikarp as well, just getting some damage in as they're taking close to that Gyarados, just over the 2-minute mark. But here we have the Gyarados evolved, and I believe that's the first knockout as well. Charmeleon on the Metallic going down, and it's going to be the first knockout of the game. 15 points onto the side of Eakin, so a pretty low scoring game overall so far. Low action, but I think both sides just want to get their carries evolved up, right? Getting that Charizard as soon as possible, and Gyarados is online, so you're probably going to see Eakins looking for some fights pretty soon.
Yeah, I gotta say that was about an over of like 7 seconds. I know Cop is listening in the background, but that's some pretty good predictions, I would say, from our co-caster there. 720 birds on the field. 4 members of Eakins in this bottom path. Gyarados, that lone fish in the top path, going up against a Charizard and a Mimikyu. Going to retreat to get these Baltoys. There's no
pulling some of the match from Ekins in a quick burst down of that Reggie steal. So Charizard are going to secure that up for Fluffy Nemesis. Slight point advantage for Ekins, but the objective advantage is definitely going over to the side of Fluffy Nemesis in this early game here too. Not a lot of fights going on as well. Both teams playing fairly conservatively, not wanting to initiate some of these fights. You can see Gyarados getting dove on a couple times here, but is able to get out to safety. It looks like Mimikyu is going to hop onto Gyarados, and Gyarados is going to go over to that top tier pad. Third set of bursts spawning right now here, and see both sides just kind of just farming away and just running back to their goal zones.
fairly quiet start for both of these teams, hasn't it been, Caleb? Only 18 points on the side of E-Kittens. Not many stacks to the Charizard or any stacks to the Mimikyu, as they do see a 0 on the board. But the game doesn't really start until this Charizard gets that Unite move online, and they do. They are at that level 9 halfway through the game, so we might be seeing some more explosive engagement, especially from our purple side team, Fluffy Nemesis. Maybe not so fluffy, but definitely explosive with that Unite move. But who's going to be that target, right? You see 4 members on the side of E-Kittens that are fairly bulky. That Leafeon, of course, does not want to see that Unite move, and that's probably going to be the prime target for that Unite move, as we do see an engagement down here in the bottom path. Unite move, Seismic Slam, finds itself on the Sylveon. Fortunately, they are going to be sent up into the cloudy sky with that Unite move, and then they're sent through the Hoopa Hyperspace portal in the top path, where once again, these teams are facing each other on either side from their respective goal zones.
Yeah, fantastic micro from Fluffy Nemesis as LGC actually gets taken out on that Mimikyu from Amok. Meanwhile, they're trying to do their best to defend the goal zone from Ekins here, and going to start burning down this Gyarados. Can't do anything, but Gyarados actually secures the knockout on Metallic. Banzo saying, you know what, I'm tired of this. I'm just going to pounce right on top of you, and here comes another pounce there too, and actually taking out the Hoop as well. A double knockout. You know, playing like, hey, I'm going to score these points until I'm not. And here you can see Banzo going to continue to bounce on top of these birds, farming up, and maybe going to try to secure this Regieleki. A lot of action going on this bottom side too. Chandelure picking up a knockout, and Fluffy Nemesis trying to zone off the defender there too. And between that and the play rough, it's going to be quite nice for them to score some of these points. And so like trying to disrupt the scores, but not able to stop them all as they lose that tier 1 goal zone. But a 1v1 here for Banzo against Metallic. And hey, Gyarados looking like the true counter to Charizard here. No Slowbro or Umbra needed.
Yeah, Banzo has been making an impact in both of these sets that we've seen them participate against Rework Respawn, and now against another Worlds qualifying team in Fluffy Nemesis. They've really been dominating this top path against Metallic, and of course Metallic is a Gyarados player themselves. Maybe they're just maybe not so comfortable with a Charizard as they're piloting a Charizard. Here comes a big engagement here in the tier 1 goal zone. Unite move coming out of the Charizard. Level 11 on this Charizard. They are quite struggling in this latter quarter of the game. Normally you want to see your top path carry at level 12 or level 13, where Banzo currently is right now. Another KO going over to Banzo as they do KO trainer LGC on their Mimikyu. Level 13 on that Gyarados is your level leader of your game, or one of your level leaders of your game. That other character that's been fairly quiet throughout this game, this Chandelure, got a lot of buffs in the Shadow Flames balance patch and really putting on an electrifying show here in game number 1.
Hey, what better way to take out the fire types than a big water typing Gyarados? So Banzo put it on a show so far. Level 13 already on the side of Ekins, the highest level on their team. Meanwhile, we got the Chandelure level 13 as well, respectively. Another Pokemon that did get buffs for this patch too. So going to be interesting. Yeah, Metallic, you know, kind of struggling a little bit on the Charizard. Not really, you know, able to get some of the levels, but just not maybe able to match the damage that Banzo has on this Gyarados. You can see Metallic just taking into that level 13 going into this final fight. We got 13 on the Mimikyu and Chandelure as well. So level 13 on the carries. Mug barely getting out of there. 1 HP and a dream for him. A dream to fight a Rayquaza another day. As you can see, the positioning from Fluffy Nemesis is going to be pretty aggressive here. Going almost towards the jungle side of Ekins. You can see the initiation starting up from Can't Stop him. Pushing the Crustle pretty far back. Just buying some separation for his team. And here we see the Mimikyu actually take take down Mug. A huge knockout for trainer VGC, and here we see the Hoopa Unite come through as well, trying to disrupt things, but Dragon Current comes through and does knock up the Mimikyu, not taking out anything yet. Hoopa is about to go down, but still is hanging out to dish out some damage as it's kiting back and forth. Finally goes down to Sobi Sylveon, but at what cost? You still got 4 members up on the side of Fluffy Nemesis, and only 2 evolutions alive on Ekins.
Oh, Sobi trying desperately to stay alive as we pan over to the central area here. It looks like Fluffy Nemesis has their eyes set on Rayquaza, and all of a sudden, Muck has found themselves in the central area trying to defend this Rayquaza as Yeetfan does get taken out here. They do have to be really careful of going for a back cap here, as any moment Fluffy Nemesis can try to take this Rayquaza off of the board, and it's a complete scramble here in game number 1 as Muck is going to be taken down. They are going to be down for the remainder of the game, 128 to 115. A very close game that finds Ekins at the top here. I don't think either team knows who is on top. Lissy's going to go for that score on the tier 1 goal zone. And Fluffy Nemesis is going to make one more push on this tier 1. Can they get this in? They have quite full pockets. 48 points on the Hoopa is the less or amount for all of them. And it looks at the Hoopa. Can they get this one in? 2 seconds left, and they do get it in! It's going to be a win for Fluffy Nemesis. They steal this at the very end!
Oh my gosh, it looked like Sobi was almost able to stop it. With the help of can't stop him as well. But the last second, 96 points from the Hoopa is going to secure the deal for Fluffy Nemesis. What a hero play from, I believe it was Rex, or maybe it was LGC that made the final scores there. But no, it was Rex, the final 96 points in the last seconds of that game. I mean, literally, it felt like the last second, but what a back and forth game. And you can see Ekins trying to hold their defense as long as they can, recognize that Rayquaza is not even able to be taken by then. But really strong effort from Ekins. However, Fluffy Nemesis coming out on top in the final stretch.
What an absolute nail biter of a game between these two. And it's really hard to say where Ekins fell off there. Right, the Blissey unfortunately just didn't have enough points in its pocket. Where could they find it? Right, they couldn't take any more farm off the map. I'm sure there were KOs. I'm sure there was AO's energy on the ground. But these last split-second decisions, that it almost felt like it was all down to luck. Right, they had 4 team members pushing on that tier 1 goal zone. Sobi was doing their best to hold on that goal zone, but unfortunately with Mystical Fire, it's an ability that, depending on your settings, it could target literally the lowest HP member. Of course, that wasn't Rex in that instance there, but that's one of the downfalls of Mystical Fire. You cannot control sometimes where those wisps are going to, and you saw literally last seconds of the game. If the game expanded 1 or 2 more seconds, Hoopa would not have been able to get that score. And what a game to start our finals set, Caleb.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely wild there. I mean, the whole Rayquaza fight was just a mess on both ends, right? There was just people getting picked off here or there. It looked like Fluffy Nemesis actually had a great, grasp on Rayquaza too. They had 4 members up compared to the 2 evolutions on Ekins, but Sobi staying alive there to, continue to pester the damage on the side of Fluffy Nemesis. And then you also had Muck drawing away some of the tension with that potential back cap. Was able to delay the Rayquaza fight, and I think that was all going well for Ekins, but it was just literally that final few seconds. If that was a tier 2 goal zone, or just you had 1 or 2 less seconds in the game clock, that would have been Ekins' game. So incredibly close first game, and I'm very excited for game number 2 because I mean, even though Ekins lost that one, they know that they have what it takes to potentially take the win off of Fluffy Nemesis in game 2 and force game 3.
Yeah, it's hard to say any sort of adjustments here. I feel like a character that has been very quiet throughout this entire day has been the model of the newest battle pass. Is Charizard. Yeah. Metallic, one of the best top laners, best all-rounder mains in the world, of course, in North America. I felt like struggled in this game for Fluffy Nemesis. Side swap, by the way, Ekins over on your purple side this time, Fluffy Nemesis on your orange side, and I don't really. It's been brought out here. Slowbro was banned out in the last game, and Charizard was brought out Mimikyu was still on that same side of the field, and I felt like everything was kind of going in the way of Charizard. Of course, Ekans had a really strong early game composition that really struggles, or Charizard really struggles against those types of teams, but I feel like even when it did get going at level 9, it just struggled in every sense of the way.
Yeah, and Metallic was running that Flamethrower Fire Blast combination as well. So kind of the old
Yeah.
school moveset. And if you look at it from a logical perspective, you're just using a chart like the standard Charizard with a slightly better Unite move, right? Which, might be the difference maker. But I agree with you, not able to really get that Charizard going. And you can see foregoing that early Charizard pick, even though, again, Slowbro and Umbreon already banned this time. I like that Mimikyu ban from Side Ekans because that Mimikyu from Trainer LGC was a huge nuisance. Just play rough and play with me, which is constantly just avoiding a lot of that damage and chunking away at the health bars of Ekans Pokemon. So really great ban in my opinion on that one too. It's going to be, I guess the only thing that snuck through was a Cramorant, but Ekin's going to pick up that Cramorant themselves, so a great strategic way to leave that on the table and still pick it up for themselves. We see the Mug pick up the Greninja yet again. Greninja looked pretty good in that last series, so might be the key to success here. We see Can't Stop him on that Trevenant, and we see a Crustle pick up, and this might be the carry, or is it going to be the Ceruledge? Oh, they're thinking about it. They got 2 seconds aside, and they're going to lock it in here from Fluffy Nemesis. I think this is going to be our first Ceruledge game we've seen on the broadcast today. Definitely not the first in the tournament, as we saw Ekans use it earlier, but this could be a good one.
Yeah, this is an easy speedster-esque option for Trainer LGC. I thought they were going to go with the Leafeon pick, but they are up a game in this best-of-3 set. So I want to try something that, again, has speedster-like qualities. And as a gutter pick option for Ekans, they're going to go with the tried and true.
Another Gyarados game?
With a comfy. Carry Banzo with the Comfey Pocket, and we see the Metallic on their Gyarados coming out once again. They're going to show why they're one of the best Gyarados mains in North America, and if not the world. This is a heavy-hitting team for both sides. I'm excited to see Banzo really being enabled by this Comfey, but also Trainer LGC, one of the best carries in North America. Some would say even the best player in North America, picking up the character that has been buffed quite astronomically in the most recent patch. Let's see what he is able to do with this character.
Yeah, we got the Comfey pickup with both the Absol and the Greninja. So 2 great options for the Comfey, just hop back and forth on the side of the Ekans. And if you just want an unkillable tree, then you just hop on the Trevenant. It's another option as well. But we see back-to-back Gyarados games. I'm excited about that too. Metallic saying, you know what? I'm tired of this Gyarados shenanigans. I'm going to put my own hands behind this car and pilot it myself. I got a question for you, Draku. Over or under 2 minutes on this evolution? For this
Over or under 2 minutes? I'm gonna say it's pretty. I'm gonna say under 2 minutes. I'm gonna say like 8:15. So 8:15 Gyarados.
Oh, okay, all right. Well, I was gonna say, you know what? I'm gonna go under as well. I'll go the old school Price is Right model. I'll go 8:16. So anything 8:16 or sooner.
Okay. I got you.
I did make my life a little bit tougher because that's a pretty fast Gyarados evolution. But let's see what that can happen. We see the Charcadet in the jungle here for Trainer LGC. Magikarp on the top side with that Chansey too. So actually kind of like the same exact team composition on the top lane, except kind of reversed here for Fluffy Nemesis. Maybe taking a page out of their book. But you see actually Muck going to be on this top side here with that Comfey already scoring some caps. But you got to be careful. If this Gyarados gets any of these KOs, it's going to be able to evolution quite quickly.
Yeah, fairly slow early game for both teams, right? Absol is a fairly fast clear, but you want to get to level 5, whereas some speedsters want to get to level 4. Same thing with Charcadet as well. It needs to get to level 5. Doesn't have the fastest clear. Pretty good last hitting. The 2v2 situation here is we do see Fluffy Nemesis. Oh, man, nice eject button of Metallic to get away from that Pursuit Absol. And it looks like both teams are now going to disengage. I saw the eject button from the Magikarp. I didn't see if there was any other eject buttons used there. Yifan is going to find Sobi, or I guess Sobi is going to find Yifan in that tall grass. They are level 5 walking up to this top path as Rex forced to use that XP. Unfortunately, not fast enough. And we do see Metallic About 75%. We got about 20 seconds left, so don't know who's going to be the closer of the two casters. We do see Yi Fan getting KO'd in their own central area, and Banzo, just like many speedsters with the Comfy Pocket, they are going to be a very prominent jungle invader, and that is 816, 815. That is going to be. So you owe me a spam Masubi when we see each other in Hawaii.
Hey, the thing is, if it's okay, I was gonna say if it's over 2 minutes, then we're both wrong. But you were definitely on the money there too. Just under 2 minutes, not quite ahead of 8 minutes and 16 seconds. But I'll take it. You know, I'll give you a spam Masubi at Hawaii. I'm just happy to see Gyarados in action. As we see Blissey going down, Cerulege is going to take down the Cramorant as well. The action is going to be pretty packed here in this mid lane. Trevenant goes down to Sylveon. Frogadier takes out the Cerulege, and we see Sylveon with a double knockout, taking out that Frogadier as well. And so here we have some points raining in from Fluffy Nemesis. But Banzo on this Absol is no joke. However, getting chunked by Azumarill and that Crustle. Sobi going to try to disrupt a little bit with that Hurricane on that Cramorant. You see Metallic and Rex trying to do something here. Surprise Mug! Mug is going to be a surprise for you for sure. Here comes the bounce, but actually not enough damage there. We see the double team come from Mug, and this is going to be a Water Shuriken Greninja as well to switch it up a little bit. One of Mug's old school picks in Pokemon Unite, bringing it back here. You see Mug going 1v2 here in that top lane. Meanwhile, you got 4 members of Ekans here on this Registeel. They definitely want to secure this if they can. Comfey is doing what they can to damage it, and it goes on the Trevenant, but it is going to be secured by Sobi and that Cramorant. However, Fluffy Nemesis say, you can have the objective. We'll take your lives here, as they're going to take out the entire bottom side team of Ekans, and they get the tier 1 gold pad to boot. 109-13 here in this early game, and Fluffy Nemesis quite ahead.
Yeah, shout out to Sobi, by the way, on that secure, on that bottom objective. Of course, giving some experience to the remaining team members that were left alive. They traded 3 members for that bottom Reggie. Maka's going to go into that Unite move, KO the Blissey, using that Execute with the boosted auto in close range. As Absol getting another KO on the Crustle, sending them to the Crustoleum. And the steamroll keeps rolling on as they get another KO on Metallic on the Gyarados. Another ice set on this tier 1 goal zone. Once again, Fluffy Nemesis is going to set up an ambush, going to flip up the trap door on this tier 1 goal zone and put up the tall grass. Is Ekans as they're able to KO the Cerulege, trailing over to the left side, and Banzo finds themselves in the Pokemon Center, and Sobi once again is staying alive here in the top path.
Yeah, just doing as much damage as you can here in this situation. You see the Chad going to be on Sobi for now. Hopping back over to Banzo. I mean, I love the strategy from Ekans right now, right? They're low behind. They're going to just death ball and run a 5-person squad in this entire time. But here comes Dragon Current knocking up Banzo, and Banzo does go down to the Sylveon. Damage is coming through a lot. Cerulege is going to take down the Greninja and the Cramorant as well, putting in some work. And you can see this Trevenant on Can't Stop Him could only do so much, even with the Chad healing them up. And here we see another goal zone being taken down, 190-13, with still Reggie Lecky heading toward that tier 2 goal zone. Banzo even getting the red buff still taken away from the Blissey here. Things are not going well for Ekans. They need a miracle here to win this fight right now, and this might be Banzo's time to shine. Crustle does go down to Can't Stop Him, but Muck goes down to the Sylveon. We do have the Sylveon go down to Sobi's Cramorant. Meanwhile, Can't Stop Them doing what they can, defending the goal zone and stopping any additional points. So a pretty good hold-off defense there, but there were some points being scored on that bottom side, and here we have Fluffy Nemesis take another Registeel here, another objective for them, and their levels are looking pretty strong. Cerulege, 100 LGC, already level 13, first level 13 Pokemon of this game.
Yeah, an incredibly high velocity game. Oh, nice movement there by trainer LGC. Unfortunately, gets KO'd anyway. Blissful Assistance finds its way onto Yeetfan as they try to trail back over to the right side, going in to that Fairy Frolic to go up into the sky. I don't know if they can stay alive long enough, though, as it looks like Sobi is able to KO their ace. Oh my god, jumping over the Rainbow Bridge is Metallic on the Gyarados, getting a KO streak of 2. Can they get another one here? No, they're going to go ahead and disable disengage, and quite a high velocity, high electric game between these two teams, but very much very different than game number one. I feel like Ekins has found themselves on the back foot with their backs against the wall in this best of three set. Once again, they have to find a way to stay desperately in this game. 267 to 36, 3 minutes left in the game. They got to win this one to force a game three scenario. Unite moves coming out of both teams. Last junk time moment to use that Dragon Current coming in here. Finds nobody but a Valtoy as Banzo able to get one KO, but trainer LGC finds Muck running amok in the top path as they're able to get that KO there. Metallic does get KO by Banzo once again, going infinite, but Yeet Fan is able to quell that storm, and both teams once again disengage. And we do find trainer LGC at level 14 when the dust settles. Level 13 on Yeet Fan is another level leader of the game. 30 seconds left for Regieleki going over to Fluffy Nemesis. Is going to send that over to the tier 2, and 2.5 minutes left in this game number 2.
Yeah, they're going to rip that pretty quick too, so giving Ekins plenty of time to take down this Regieleki. Maybe trying to bait him in a little bit. No, going to just wrap up some final farm, try to take this out as fast as possible. You see Fluffy Nemesis trying to set up for this Rayquaza, and man, Fluffy Nemesis this whole game has been just playing bush ambush strategies the entire time. You got Gyarados just bouncing out of bushes, Crustle hiding in another bush, you got Blissey right next to the Gyarados as well. Oh, and letting in the Regieleki in the last second there, maybe just foregoing that and just trying to get a better position, maybe even try to bait some of Fluffy Nemesis to score there. The points is the differential is not looking great, over a 250 point difference for Fluffy Nemesis, but with a good Rayquaza fight, this is definitely not over for Ekins, and their levels are starting to even up a little bit. You got Banzo on level 14 as well, level 13 on the Greninja, level 14 on Sobeys Cramorant too, so definitely having the levels necessary for this fight is actually not as bad as it seems point level-wise as it is point-wise. So we're going to see if Ekins can find the final push here in the late game, but Muck already get chunked down from the Gyarados. Metallic charging up a bounce and getting ready to engage.
Yeah, they're slowly getting nudged out of this top path, or at least being corralled here up around this tier 1 goal zone. It looks like Banzo's going to go for a score on the backside as Rex is going to use that egg bomb rather strategically to interrupt that. You have to be very careful. Look at Yeet Fan around them on the left side of the map. I don't think they know that Yeet Fan is behind them. Huge engage here by Asnoble. Eject button with that X Scissor. Muck is going to be the first one to hit to the Pokemon Center, as it looks like Fluffy Nemesis now has their eyes set on Rayquaza, disengage to go for a team fight. Sobi is going to be going down as well. 26 on their KO timer. This might be the game. High KO timers. No one to rip this Rayquaza. And our first qualifying team for North America is on the precipice of winning this Grand Finals final set here. Banzo is going to make one final stand, trying to KO this bulky front line, but trainer LGC, they might have something to say about it. Rex, of course, is going to keep their carry alive, and Metallic going to hold on this tier 1 goal zone. Remember, I am a Gyarados main myself, and as the time ticks down, as the death settles, Fluffy Nemesis coming out on top here. First qualifying team for North America for Unite Battle Hub's Elite Tour for July.
Wow, what a performance for Fluffy Nemesis, especially in this second game. It was close in that game 1, but they said, you know what? We're going to iron out the kinks and make things work. And look at that lead advantage, 387 to 36. A really strong showing from the entire squad of Fluffy Nemesis. Yifan with that MVP scoring an additional 100 points in those last seconds. But you can see after that 2-minute mark, things were not looking good for Ekins. I mean, maybe a correlation with Gyarados, if one could say. I don't know. As a Gyarados fan, that's what I'm going to credit it to. But we do get Metallic on that Gyarados and just doing all this damage. We got Trainer LGC, Ceruledge, 70k damage. And of course, Yeetfan, 80k damage on that Sylveon. But plenty of damage on the side of Ekins too. Just fell a little bit short, unfortunately, especially in that first game. And it was a much tougher game in game number 2.
Yeah, 70,000 damage on your Ledge is one of your damage leaders of the game. 107,000 damage on Banzo, of course, pocketed by that Comfey, just really being enabled to the fullest there. And what a game to end, or what a series to end this one on. I feel like game number one had such an electric finish. I'm sure Cop was just sitting on the edge of their seats to finish out that game one. Thoughts from you, Cop? You're watching that grand final set. What you got?
I was on the edge of my seat. I don't know if y'all could see me in the green room. I was literally like cheering and like unaudibly screaming. That was such an exciting match. I can't believe we got to see a Gyarados from both teams. I love that the over/under on 2 minutes is still pretty solid. It is a make or break, but yeah, I think both teams put up a great fight in those games. Fluffy Nemesis, man, like you all were talking about it. That bush setup strategy that they sort of, I don't know if they had found it or if that's something that they are used to deploying, but that was such a key part of their strategy that really helped them take over the game.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, walking into a blind bush is not a fun time, but it's even scary when you got a giant Gyarados bouncing out of it on top of you too, with a Blissey pocketing it and a giant crab crustal coming out as well. So, but yeah, really, really clean stuff from Fluffy Nemesis in that second game. Really great macro as well, and really showing the world why they are worlds qualified and gonna put on a show in Hawaii too.
Absolutely. I mean, big shout outs to Eakins as well. They were again a team that qualified, of course, with Elmo Girl as their rounded out roster. CSE just filling in for them today. Eakins, a fantastic job in today's event. Truly, I mean, you took down a world's qualifying team in Rework Respawn. You were literally milliseconds away from taking a game off of Nemesis, another world's qualifying team, and this is the Elite Tour has been such an electric time, every single event that I have been a part of. And we are coming to the conclusion of the Elite Tour this month. This, of course, is the second North American qualifier. Fortunately, we did not have a first North American qualifier, but we did move that slot over to the last chance qualifiers, which is this Saturday. I believe Cop, you are casting that one, right?
I am indeed. I'll see you all on Saturday.
Yeah, that is definitely going to be an exciting time. I think there is one more qualifier for Europe this Thursday. So just a timeline for the remainder of the events this month. The second qualifier for Europe is going to be on Thursday. Last chance qualifier, which we'll see the top 5 teams qualifying for the main event, which is going to be on Sunday. And then the teams that make it to Sunday, that tournament is going to be where the $500 prize pool is going to take place. But Caleb, last thoughts from you, friend. We saw Cinderace. Huge.
We saw Cinderace. And Cinderace did take the victory the one game we saw it in as well,
it's
right?
True.
And
it's true.
And we saw plenty of Gyarados as well in this finals. Gyarados is actually my, I love Cinderace and Pokemon Unite, but Gyarados is actually my all-time favorite Pokemon, and love seeing it shine, and some fairly quick evolutions, I gotta say, that around that a little under and a little above 2 minutes. So maybe that could be a good wager for next time we see Gyarados as well. Over under 2 minutes seems like a good benchmark to go.
I'm into it.
Yeah, I'll throw it out to Cop to end our broadcast for today. But we had such a wonderful time. We had this patch come out literally 24 hours ago. 24 hours and 15 minutes is currently how long this patch has been out. And like I was saying earlier on in the broadcast, such a huge diversity of characters coming out to play today. I repeated them earlier, but really fun place to see where Pokemon Unite is, and coming into Worlds and beyond, Grassroots is very much alive. That's my final thoughts for me. But Cop, send us out.
Thank you so much. Caleb, Draco, it's been an honor and a pleasure to cast with both of you. And thank you everyone in chat for being here for this North American qualifier. All 154 of you. Absolutely amazing. Congratulations to Fluffy Nemesis. Congratulations to every team who competed today. You all did amazing. And I think it's time for me to end this and hop into this patch and see what I can cook up. How does that sound? So thank you all for being here and have a wonderful night.